Welcome back to another edition of Insomnia Maniacs Tarot with your host, Tropical Empress in Spirit. Hi, beautiful people. How are y'all doing? I hope y'all had a nice little break. Maybe y'all got some food, took a nap, like me, did something, took care of a couple of chores maybe. Glad to be back. Me, I lay down. Did I sleep? Not really. I notice once I'm up, unless I know I'm going to be down for the night, it's rare that I sleep. Unless I were to take something, and I just was not going to do that. So I decided, I got up even 30 minutes before the alarm was supposed to go off, but no, I didn't get anything to eat. In case y'all are wondering, no, I didn't eat. My stomach, yeah, I didn't feel good. So I passed on that, but maybe my stomach will calm down and I'll be able to eat then. Hello, Nancy. Hi, Karen. How you doing, beautiful? You know, I don't know what to do with y'all anymore. Like, it was nice earlier today when I did the reading for earlier today because it was something different. Then, of course, if I did doze off, which if I'm going to say if I did, it might have been for a few minutes. And then I wake up when I open my eyes. Before my alarm went off, I had a song playing in my head. Y'all like just constantly in this love energy. Wanting love, looking for love, I don't know anymore. Y'all getting confused? Because I'm trying to figure out what else I gotta say to y'all. Can I like move this energy forward? Because it's a lot of it same thing as yesterday. The other nights, I mean, it might be a little bit different, but a lot of it seems the same. Hi, Eternal. Hi, Debs. So, I just want to see if Spirits can let me tap any of y'all right here. See if anything different comes out. Y'all have a good day. A nice little break. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah. Y'all got a devil energy in y'all's midst. Not what I want to see, Spirit. There's 3 cups right there. Not much has changed. And then, yeah, I even got lovers at the bottom of my deck. Y'all want to talk about love again. What's going on with y'all in this love connection? Who is this person? Like, I just want to know who this is. Because it's like, if this don't apply to most of y'all, I feel like I'm just beating a dead horse. If this is only applying to maybe 1 or 2 people, it's like I'm beating a dead horse here. Because, I mean, there's an opportunity. If you want this opportunity, Spirit's saying you got the opportunity now, but you might lose it if you keep sitting on the sidelines just waiting to see if something else happens or to give you the go-ahead. Stay away from sappy decks. Well, you know, I didn't pull out any of, you know, you're talking about the Love Oracle decks I've been using. I didn't touch those, actually, because I was like, nope, I'm not doing it anymore. Like, I don't know how many more of them cards I got to pull out that, you know, says, like this one right here. I did not want anything deep, then I met you. You talking about this one, Debs? Something like that? Yeah. Well, let's see. What's the other one? I mean, I got a few of them laying right here. Ooh. I left when I saw you with someone, which, now that's interesting. Because if anything's different about this, someone's got competition. I left when I saw you with someone. Yeah, there's that. And then, let's see. Where'd it go? I know you think you don't mean that much to me. Your absence has made me look at things I've tried to avoid. Is that the ones you talking about? I mean, I'm just saying, right here, you know, I don't know who this is, whoever's energy this is, but, and it's crazy, you know what's funny? I had to look at that again, because one of the song that was playing in my head earlier is by that band from the 80s, I think it's Cinderella, Don't Know What You Got Till It's Gone. So, that seems to really apply here. So, obviously, you didn't realize what you had until somebody turned their gaze from you, or you let them go, or I don't know. But you shouldn't fumble a good thing while you got it. And Spirit just said that. I didn't. Just so y'all know. Ah, so beautiful, people. I mean, I could go over this love reading, but I feel like I'm just beating a dead horse, to be honest. I mean, the only thing I see different really out here is you need a different perspective, but I still get you on the 9 of Swords, so this person's heavily on your mind, in your energy. You get an opportunity if you want it, as long as you don't fumble the opportunity. And let's see. Yeah, same thing. There's competition. That's the only difference I see here. And that's in the outcome. So someone else has probably caught this person's eye because either you fumbled them or, maybe they fumbled you. So maybe you got your eye on somebody else now. But you still want them, though. So I got this 3 of Cups here. You're trying to manifest them. I could be right. What are you talking about, Karen? Big love energy. Nope. I don't want this person. I specifically always tell Spirit, leave me out of this. This is about y'all's energy, not me. So, I don't know. I could go through and read you the, Spirit guide messages, pull a few oracle cards. I just feel like this is just, I'm not going to say it's a waste, y'all. I just don't know what else I can say to y'all, whoever this is for. No, I don't. And I just don't have time to run around chasing people. So, let's see. Outside of really that's the only other thing I see here. I mean, even I pulled a different angel card from a different deck, and that even says be vulnerable. Like, I don't know what to say. Be vulnerable with this person, Maybe you close yourself off to them, ran scared. I don't know. It's not me, though. Don't look my way, y'all. It's not me. See, because unfortunately, I'm still tied to somebody. Y'all are manifesting, Bob. I'm sitting on the porch, Bob. Alright. I'm just going to pull a few cards. And spiritual symbols. I don't even want to pull out the other deck because, as you said, Debs, like, one of my other decks tends to go into romance, so I'm not going after that deck. And some of that ends up being more on the low vibrational energy that I'm trying to avoid. I mean, you know, I kind of do find that's funny, though. One of these spirit guide messages cards I have out here. That don't mean nothing. Oh, nice try. And Adi, I don't know who you are, but guess what? Rude. I mean, I may even play in whack-a-troll with some of these people because I'm not going to have patience for it. Don't come in here making demands. Have some respect. First, learn some manners and be respectful. Because you're not entitled to my energy. Let's get that straight. You're not entitled to anything I have, to be honest. So, alright. Yeah, I saw what was coming up before he even got a chance to finish typing out his letters. And, hello. Spiritual symbol, spirit. I just want to see if anything else will come out since. And Debs, hey, don't shoot the messenger. If anything in here comes out around love and, you know, sappy love, don't shoot the messenger. I'm just letting you know, beautiful. Protect yourself. Sometimes to protect oneself, the bravest act is to walk away. Well, it didn't go down there just yet, Debs, but give it a minute. And I even have cautious at the bottom. Beware of hidden intentions and underlying motives. So, y'all need to protect yourself from somebody, which is crazy because I even pulled out one of my other tarot decks that I use, and I had the devil card come up. So, some of y'all got a devil energy around y'all. I mean, you know, if y'all are fighting some kind of addiction or being lost in y'all's thoughts, you know, self-sabotaging type energy, it could apply to you then, but I don't feel like that's what it is. I feel like it applies to someone else in your energy, possibly. So, what else, Spirit? A bicycle. Progress. Cycle of life. Renewal. Freedom. Liberty. Safety. Focus. Progression. Independence. Well, I feel like Spirit's asking y'all to come up there and, you know, get y'all's independence, okay? Especially if we were talking about whether you're in a love connection or not, you know? I try and tell y'all, you know, stop trying to go look for love in the wrong places. And how you do that? Well, one way of doing that is by having low self-esteem, low self-worth. You know, instead of looking for love within yourself, you're looking for it in someone else. You're looking for like a void to be filled when you should be looking for it in yourself first. So, make forward movement towards your independence before trying to get involved with someone, whether you're ready for another relationship or not. I know some of y'all just don't want nothing to do with it. Y'all still trying to break y'all shackles. That's funny, Spirit, really. Spirit said shackles. Some of y'all still trying to break y'all shackles from somebody else. But here, this is crazy. Sun and moon. Alright, moon card. Holding on to fears and secrets. Irrational feeling haunted. Fragile. Emotional state. Untapped shadow side. Unreachable goals. Yeah. This kind of does feel like some of y'all did. Some of that devil energy I'm picking up now from some of y'all just by this moon card. It's like when I think of some of the traits of the devil, it's, you know, it's more of someone who thinks low of themselves and they get all caught up in those thoughts. So which makes them fragile. And sometimes they even feel like the universe is against them. Like they're constantly fighting the world, like nobody's on their side. But then the rest of y'all, I pulled out the sun card, but this, being under pressure, overworked, egotistical, well, that can apply to the devil energy too. Bragging, yeah, blinded by fame, flaunting superiority, minor health issues. So instead of it being a sun upright, it's like upside down based on this oracle deck. So y'all getting lost in y'all's ego, which is another trait of the devil energy. So maybe for some of y'all, that devil energy applies to y'all. So what else, Spirit? I just want to see one more. Hanging on by a rope. Surrounded by support and protection. Achieving goals and laying down roots. Firm foundation and plans towards goals. So at least some of y'all are trying to lay down some roots, which is like from earlier's reading. The general collective I did earlier was like someone trying to move, you know, build out their foundation towards their future, which ties more into the career, business, project type energy. So I feel like some of y'all are trying to really put roots in the ground again, build on something. Hi, Shelly. Oh, you're leaving? All right, beautiful. Well, I know you're on a different time zone than me, so thank you for stopping and saying hi, beautiful. Have a good night. One more. Bull. Accused of something falsely. Future arguments. Expenses. Fear of poverty. Harsh truths. Yeah, I feel like some of y'all are having to face a harsh truth about something or someone. I feel like this is more of a situation than it is about a person, but place it how it fits, y'all. Again, this is a general collective. It's not a personal reading, so not all messages will resonate. Take what resonates. And put the rest of it to the side. So, I'm going to split this. I just want to see. Chef. Really? Opinionated. Compulsive. Competitive. Perfectionist. Illogical. Controlling. Addict. Obsessive. Workaholic. Mad scientist. Vain. Well, I don't know. Oh, Lord. Are y'all in this type of energy, too? I feel like this is true for some of y'all. It's been feeling that way for a little bit. I feel like some of y'all feel like you can't catch a break yet. But you gotta want it. You gotta want that break. You gotta manifest it, though. Spirit keeps saying manifest it. Manifest your wants and your dreams. So, I just don't want to read this. Thing, because it's pretty much a lot of the same thing I said yesterday. Hi, Sage. How you doing, beautiful? I'm just curious. What's happened with you, Sage? Anything changed with that guy? Outrage. Hey, Thomas. Maybe he feels like he fumbled you now. So I keep going over the same, like, general love reading. It seems like it's a spillover. Ace of Wands again. Hey, 420. You're back. Are you sure you're back? So, like I said, unless y'all really feel like you need to beat this dead horse again, I feel like I need to pull other cards. I want to see if Spirit's going to direct me somewhere else. Can you, like, show me something outside of, like, this same love connection? No, of course not. Five of Swords. Competition. Isn't that interesting? Five of Branches, same thing. Competition. Yeah, beautiful. Well, I think he might be in regret then. I mean, this might apply to you. You know, I don't know how long you've been here, but here. Just a couple messages on the bottom of my other love oracles. I know you think you don't mean that much to me, but your absence has made me look at things I've tried to avoid. So, this might be how he's feeling. And I did not want anything deep. Then I met you. So, I don't know, beautiful. Maybe, you know, this is you. Because, like, if you've even, you know, thought about him, you're pulling your energy back, but you're still friends with him. I'm sure you're picking up on him then. This might be able to tell you if this is him. I know that, you know, based on this, you want, I know you still wouldn't mind an opportunity with him, but, I can't read it that way. Sage, what I can tell you is beautiful. If I'm picking up on your energy and it's, you know, like some of this energy is his, what I can say to you is, you know, I think he's in regret. Because, you know, outside of the High Priestess, here, you know, Knight of Cups energy, with it. So, someone want to be romantic. So this is a romantic reading. In fact, I even clarified with Spirit. Is this a romantic love reading or is this like friendship and family? They told me romantic. Alright, fine. Same thing. But Nine of Swords over here. So I feel like he's been thinking about you a lot. Or maybe you've still been thinking about him. I feel like someone feels like they stumbled somebody. So maybe he's starting to realize what he messed up. And so now Spirit's showing me a new perspective. I feel like he's taking a back seat. And I think you know, have pulled your energy back. But, you know, I don't feel like this is stuck energy. This is someone taking a back seat and, you know, looking at things from a whole new perspective. A different way. But I get that, you know, they may get another opportunity with you, especially if this friendship is still there. But they might still squander it, you know, because this is in the challenges. So instead of reading it this way, it's this way. So they're going to squander an opportunity. So It may not even matter, to be frank. And they may even find out that someone else has turned your eye away from him, because there's competition here. But they're showing me there's more clarity to come, and manifesting this 3 of Cups, celebration, happiness, success. That's what I keep pulling out. So, you know, depends on what you want, beautiful. But it's just interesting. I know you don't come in here every night, but it just made me wonder if maybe that the last few nights I've been rating on you, girlfriend. I mean, I agree. I don't know. Like, stay friends with him. That way you can see what his next moves are going to be. You know, that way you know, if he's second guessing himself. I'm not sure what to do next. Someone sees someone at this as their star. I get the star right here. So I feel like this is, someone, you see someone as your star, or they see you as their star. Even though it's normally a card of healing, but I can read it that way too. Hey, Scott. And you know, Scott, you got your wish, baby. And all I'm going to tell you, Scott, is like the same reading I've been doing for the last week, it seems. It's kind of the same thing. It's a spillover. Same thing. I don't know what else to say. So, Scott, if someone's on your radar, baby, I suggest you make your move. Because otherwise you might fumble them. Well, you mentioned about doing a collective love reading the other night. Guess what the reading about tonight is? Love and romantic love. I clarified. I asked Spirit if it was love, and they said yes. Romantic love, yes. Okay. So, well, things are good with me, Sage. You know, same old beautiful. I did get some new decks in, but I really haven't had a chance to still look at them yet. I only looked at a couple of them. And I'm waiting for a few more to come. So, I'm squashing this layout. Because, like I said, if y'all want to know what tonight's reading's about, refer to the last couple nights reading. It'll pretty much be self-explanatory in there. But I'll go over these real quick. The sacred flow of yes. So Spirit Guide messages. Be in the sacred flow of yes. Always say yes. It's not a no. Say yes. Even if it means it comes with changes. Change is good. Change is always good. You know, it's either going to teach you something that you needed to know and help you on your road ahead, or it's going to challenge you to want to step up your game. You know, it's either going to lead you down the path you want to go. You know, it just means you're taking like a turn, or it's going to challenge you to want to fight harder. You know, so there you go. Accept the change, because Spirit wants you to know, there you go, what do you really want? What do y'all really want? X marks the spots. What is it that, calls to you? What would make your soul happy and at peace? Because magic happens when you most expect it. So here's manifestation. Happiness happens when you most expect it. So expect happiness to happen. and you'll manifest it. And then, like I said, I even pulled from one of my other decks. Love Oracle, Sun card. So, I know y'all want something more than what y'all got right now. Whatever this Sun card means to y'all. Think of happiness, joy, achievement, success, being fulfilled, warmth, you know, like the feeling you get when you step outside and the sun is shining right down on you, you know. Yeah, I might give you a little sunburn or a suntan, depending on, you know, everyone's different, but, you know, you get filled with warmth, and it should be joy, fulfillment, feeling good, and feeling like you've arrived at success. You've accomplished something. Because then Spirit's saying, only weavers know the time. So if y'all keep putting yourself on a timetable, you know, that's fine, but don't beat that clock. You know, stop, you know, fighting against the time. You know, even, you know, like from one of my other decks, it makes me think of that card that talks about, you know, life is not a race. So stop trying to make it a race. You know, you're only on a time clock if you allow yourself to be. And some of us, you know, maybe we feel like we're running out of time. Or maybe there's not enough in a day. Or we're trying to change the timeline in our story. That could be true too. But know that you are in the director's seat of your life. No matter what. Believe and know this. So again, whatever timeline you want to be on, like, you know, think of someone that's like, oh, I want to be married by the time I'm 30. Okay, well, is that a realistic timeline to put yourself on? Not really. I mean, if you're single and you're not in a relationship with someone, it's kind of silly. But some people still do it. It actually makes me think of my brother. My brother actually made that promise with someone. They said to each other that if they weren't married to someone by the time they were 30, that they would marry each other. It's like, what? And they were old loves, but still. Nope. And then here, I pulled from a different angel deck. Vulnerability. Only the brave and open-hearted dare to allow themselves to be vulnerable, for it requires courage to take down all walls and expose your humanness. Your angel guidance is to become aware of your defense mechanisms, which keep you separate from others and the divine. Ask your angels to help you dissolve your mask and barriers so that your fragile, true self can emerge like a butterfly from its cocoon. The reward is freedom, love, and a sense of inner safety. So dare to be vulnerable and open. Be vulnerable. I know that's scary for some, but, you know, it's what Spirit's saying. Be willing to be vulnerable. How are you going to ever know what you're made of? Or how are you going to ever find out, you know, if you can, you know, have that, you know, potential lifetime partner, you know, that maybe some of you are still looking for. Or even that long-term friendship with someone. You know, maybe you feel like you haven't found your BFF yet. So, you're searching for it. Or some of y'all could be searching for y'all's soul tribe, family. You know, you're not going to find it unless you allow yourself to be vulnerable. And being vulnerable also allows the divine to come in and help you. Hey, Andrea. No change, honey. It's still the same. I haven't gotten any updates, any changes. So, my girlfriend, I know, went to the hospital yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. While I was sleeping. So, She has, what, about a week left, a little over a week. I've still been trying to work on her too. In fact, that's kind of like what I did do when I laid down for a minute earlier. Just try and tap back into her energy to see if I can get her to come forward. Well, thank you, Anna. So beautiful people again. You know, I just wish there was something else I could say, but I feel like I'm beating a dead horse. Whoever this is for. Oh, and what do you know? I get 2 of Cups on the bottom of this deck, too. Same thing. 2 of Cups. You know. Nothing I can do. Oh, well, I appreciate it, Anna. You know, I'll try. I haven't decided if I'm going to stream tomorrow night or not. I may not, because I may try and get up there. Spend a day with her. Well, thank you, country boy. You know, they turned out a little bit darker this time than the last time. And I used the same purple as last time. It's just, I think there's more black on my nails this time around than what I had last time around. So, they look a little bit darker, but I think when I do go back and get them done again, I'll probably get blue this time, just for my mama. Because that was her favorite color. And her birthday's coming up on the 6th. Well, thank you. Yeah, purple's my favorite color, baby. I do love purple. Growing up, I wasn't, you know, the girl that was about the pink. I remember even telling my mama that. I can even still remember making that face to her. And she wanted me to wear pink dresses and have a pink bicycle or a pink scooter. I still remember that, you know, disgusting look on my face, like, no. Purple, okay. Pink, no. I don't want nothing pink. Of course. So, in fact, I don't know how many of y'all know this, but my channel came to be on my mama's birthday. Right after I posted the introductory video, my first pre-recorded video after that posted on her birthday. So, my channel will be reaching that 1-year mark. You weren't into pinks either? Yeah, I mean, especially like that. I mean, baby pink, yeah, but that's, I think of a baby. Now, like the brighter hot pink, I think more sometimes of flamingos. But then I do, you know, I'll think more of some of my loved ones who lost, you know, who either fought breast cancer and are in remission, or the ones that lost their battle. I think of them too, but yeah. Yeah, I like animal prints too. I just don't wear a whole lot of that anymore. I did when I was younger. Not anymore though. I like more solid colors than anything now. That's true, David. It is a spiritual color. I've always liked it, like I said, since I was very young. But I like electric blue. And like I said, that was my mama's favorite color, blue. I mean, it's always so funny how she wanted me to want to love purple or love pink, but she didn't like it herself. It's kind of funny how that works out. Thank you, Carla. Yeah, I don't know where I got them wings from. I mean, I know I got them like in the last decade. Couldn't tell you where though. It stayed in its box for some years. I initially had bought them to do a memorial wall at my old house and just never got around to doing it. So it seems like it was meant for this house and for this office. So I wanted to paint it gold, but I just hadn't messed with it yet. Oh, thank you. They're some of the nicest ones you've seen, Sage. You know, I think I saw a pair. I'm trying to remember where I saw it at. I did see a pair out somewhere on one of the internet shops, but I couldn't even tell you where. It was something similar to those on the wall, but it was something still different about it too. And I almost got them, but I was like, no, that would just be a waste now. You know, I'd rather, invest more in my angel, my angel crystal wings, or get more tarot and oracle decks instead. Well, that stinks, Anna. I'm sorry. Pick on you and your clothing, huh? I would have told them if they're going to provide me with a whole new wardrobe, then okay, I'll change it. Otherwise, then I'd go find me another job somewhere else. So, I wouldn't have allowed them to tell me, how to dress. But then, of course, probably my other sarcastic side would have been, well, when you provide me with your own work uniform, then I could wear that. That'll save a lot of trouble. But some companies are too cheap to do that anymore. Oh, cool beans, Sage. Yeah, 'cause you live in the same state as me, girlfriend. I'm sure there's probably some decks here that don't really call to me. They may call to you, girlfriend. So, I know I got a few of them here. I'll keep them to the side for you in case we do cross each other's paths. You passed all 3 tests and got the jobs. Well, that's great, Anna. That's something to celebrate. You did a lot better than you thought you would. And that's a wonderful thing. Yeah, honey. You might have to meet me halfway, though, because I don't ever come on your side of town. I don't ever come over there. Maybe one day we can meet halfway somewhere. The weather is nuts these days. Yes, it is. 420. Hi, Linda. How you doing, sweetheart? Deborah, I mean, when you think of white, I think of purity. You know, I think of angels. I'm all bundled up and you're sweating. Well, I was cold earlier. I'm actually starting to get warm now. I guess I can always take this off, which I end up doing most times anyways throughout my stream. I'm in Georgia. You got a little sunburnt in the parade today. Memorial Parade, Linda. Yeah, as we get older, you know, I guess depending, they say your skin thins out, but I have to really be out there for a long time before I start burning. At first, I just turn dark. Yeah, David. That is a southern state. Hello, that Arizona guy. Yeah, there's some meds like that where you're not supposed to be in the sun for long. Yep, a southern belle. Someone freaking out. Why were they freaking out, honey? Well, people really don't listen. It's like, why do I even bother talking half time? Like, did I not just say I live in Georgia? I might as well just say I'm from outer space from now on. Do I have an option of talking in stream using your phone? I'm confused, Eternal. Texting? What, can I, like, type in the chat? Yeah, I can type. Why? Yep, Debs, everyone is different. There was, I want to say it was probably a cholesterol medicine. Probably my old cholesterol medicine, I want to say, possibly, no. Actually, it might have been, maybe naproxen, which he used to take. You couldn't drink grapefruit, I believe is what it said. And you weren't supposed to be out in the sun for long periods of time. I mean, Sage, some people, like, I mean, they must not have been listening. Absolutely, Linda. I think some of the most basic life skills people seem to take for granted. Mm. You can't have grapefruit either. Yeah, there was that one medication that I recall. You couldn't have grapefruit, but then there's some that say you're not supposed to be out in the sun for long for that reason. I mean, I can, no matter whether the sun is out and it's a clear sky or it's cloudy. Oh, Linda, yeah, I'm gravy, honey. Thank you for asking. Am I getting good sleep? I don't know, Linda. I'm hoping once my streams is, if I can talk right, I'm hoping once my stream's over tonight, I will be. Because I probably just take tomorrow off. So, I know when I was off those couple of days, um, yeah, I slept, through most of the day, as I typically do. I don't think I woke up till like 9 o'clock that night. I mean, granted, I didn't get off my stream until I think it was probably close to 8 that morning. So, that was about 12 hours sleep. You know, y'all think I'm joking when I tell y'all. On my days off, I'll sleep for 12 plus hours. And it's just like my body just automatically, it's like my body just shuts down. Absolutely, Linda. And thank you, honey. You too. Yeah. And then I think it was, yeah, Tuesday is when I almost stayed in bed even Tuesday. But then I had to remember, I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. I got laundry to do because nobody else around here will help me wash my clothes. So I had to crawl out of bed just to go do my freaking laundry. Yes, Carla, it is. And I do enjoy my sleep. I just won't sleep. Like, I won't allow my body or my brain won't allow me to sleep on the nights I work. Because I think I'm afraid I'm going to sleep through my alarm. Because I've almost done that a few times. So, because I fear I'll sleep right through my alarm. And what I'll sometimes do is I'll end up, like, the alarm will go off. And it's like I don't wake up or I don't remember waking up to turn it off. Other times, I'll wake up for a split second to turn it off and I'm aware. But then what I do, roll back over and go back to sleep. So there was a couple times that I almost thought I wasn't going to make it to my stream. I ended up waking up like 30 minutes before I was supposed to be on. So, but yeah, doing readings, it does drain my energy, Scott. It does. You know, I don't think people understand how taxing it is for someone like me. You know, I don't complain. It's just I can only do so much for so long. And then I even try and push myself. And then My spirit guys will shut the door and tell me no more. I've had them do that before too. Yeah, and sometimes all I need is a nap, you know. But like Wolfie woke me up earlier this morning. He woke me up before I wanted to be awake. I'm like, you doggone cat. What did he do? I guess he went through and was using my stones that's around my fireplace, and he was crawling on them, trying to get up to the fireplace mantle. So he ended up knocking something down in the process. Which, because I got hard, you know, or not hardwood, they're LVP floors. Yep, you hear everything that hits that floor. So I sat right up in bed because of it. Your second wind is the problem. Why? I mean, my second wind will kick me sometimes too, honey. And then there's sometimes where I'll be on here with y'all, and, you know, I think, you know, if I take one of my medicine, which is about that time, it's going to knock me out, or it's going to make me sleep in, and sometimes it doesn't even faze me. So I end up still being wide awake, alert, even when I take it right when I'm getting ready to get off, like an hour before. That kind of forces me to shut down. You know, it's like, well, I'm going to take this one medicine because it normally makes me drowsy. And that makes me have to turn my stream off whether I want to or not. So, second win, you wish. Oh no, please don't tell me my stream. Oh, I'm saying you love to, girlfriend. Yeah, sometimes it's funny the way my medication will mess with me sometimes. It does the exact opposite of what I think it's going to do. But sometimes it does exactly what it was designed to do. So, ooh, I actually just realized something. Maybe I shouldn't take this. Ooh, if I get drowsy, I hope I don't. Warm milk. What do you do, Bob? Heat up milk? Melatonin takes 2 hours. I still don't have any melatonin. That's one of the things I keep forgetting to grab. You know, I never buy any milk because the milk just goes bad in my house. I was hoping that one deck would have showed up today. Alright, David. You too, honey. See you next time. With a little cinnamon. That almost sounds like one of those peppermint, what do they call them? A peppermint latte. For whatever reason, that's what came to mind. And I don't really drink milk. And since I really don't drink coffee, I have no need for milk in my house. And like, yeah, since most times nothing gets cooked in the kitchen, we don't need to use it normally for cooking either. You're allergic to it. Now, I do like hot chocolate. I used to have a box of hot chocolate. I'm sure I still do. It's probably in the pantry somewhere. I know, right, Linda? That could be also why I probably don't get to drink it a whole lot, because it does exactly that. I feel like I get, yeah, all that stuck in my throat. Hello, Showtime. How you doing? But outside of the hot chocolate, like, I even went and got me some Cool Whip to put in the hot chocolate back when I had bought the box. And that went bad. I never got a chance to use it. You use water in your cereal. That would be interesting. Yeah, Showtime, I'm feeling good. Thank you for asking. I hope you are too, honey. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of milk. I mean, even with ice cream, I hardly ever eat it. I noticed. Now, every once in a while, I don't mind like a milkshake, but I don't just go looking for some milk. And I don't eat cereal, so. I'm good, Cheryl. Thank you for asking. How you doing, beautiful? You use melatonin gummies? I used to take melatonin years ago, but I don't anymore. I hadn't taken melatonin in a long time. It's some of my other medicine that makes me drowsy. Now, 420, I do like a Klondike bar every once in a while. But I don't even think I have any of those. And if I do, there might only be one in there. Lucky Charms. I remember that cereal. I haven't had that in forever. You could demolish some ice cream. Well, that's some good ice cream, Linda. Now you're craving ice cream. I'm sorry. What would you do for a Klondike bar? I mean, y'all gonna make me crave an ice cream. I don't think I have any Klondike bars in my freezer, though. I'd have to go check. I don't think I do. And if I do have any in there, it's probably the mint and chocolate chip ones. I don't have any of the regular vanilla. Y'all gonna make me have to go look now. You picked out the charms. Yeah, I would eat those too, Linda. I did like those marshmallows. I mean, y'all are gonna make me hungry now for an ice cream, since we're just sitting here chatting right now until somebody asks for and pays for a personal reading. Maybe that's what I should try eating, is an ice cream, if I have any in there. What is it? A chocolate chip muffin. I bet that's good, Bob. I normally don't eat muffins either, though. Hi, Jody. Hey, Lisa. Hello, Jerry. Thank you. Yeah, please do that. I don't know. I mean, watch me go to my freezer and watch me find a Klondike bar. And then it'll sit here and just melt. I'll never get a chance to eat it. But that'll be a good thing for me too. Fudge bars. Nope, I don't have any of those. Hell, I don't even have any chocolate chip cookies. I think the other person gave up on getting those because I would never let them have them. So, ice cream, Klondike bar. Yeah, I don't know if there's any in there. I can't say that I've seen any. It's not like I went in there going looking for it either. And then you always sit here and laugh at me. You're leaving already, Cheryl? Well, have a good night, sweetheart. See you next time, girlfriend. Well, mine is mint and chocolate chip. In fact, if I have a Klondike bar in my freezer, that's exactly what it'll be too. That's what I thought. He probably ate it. Nope, I don't have any ice cream. Zero zitch. So, it was a nice thought there for a minute, because I used to have a bunch in there, but I must have, well, I know I didn't eat them all. He probably ate most of them. Hey, Moonchild. How you doing, honey? That's funny when y'all say dispensary. And that seems so foreign to me because we don't, at least we're not supposed to have any here because it's still illegal. I'm good, honey. Thank you for asking. How you doing, Moonchild? Sugar addict in the house. You got one too? Yeah. That's definitely him. Hell. He went through and got another freaking Mountain Dew. And what did he do? Try hiding it again. May seem like I'm a fool. It's like, I don't know why you do that. It's like, I think that's probably irritating. It's like, I don't like someone who tries to patronize me like that. Oh, yeah, well, I don't do any of that stuff, honey, because it's illegal here. But I like mint chocolate chip, and probably the other one would be like, I like that Bluebell ice cream, the strawberry kind, strawberry flavored. I also do like red velvet ice cream, and what is that, cookie dough? That'd be the only other one I'd like. Oh, Debs, I got plenty of that in my house too. He does drink that too, but he drinks that on top of Coke, strawberry Dr. Pepper, and Mountain Dew. So, when he should be drinking mostly water, but nope. And then he's like, well, I need it for the caffeine. Uh-huh. Whatever. Yeah, I'm not a big nut person. I don't like nuts in my ice cream. That's not my favorite. I don't know why. I just don't care for it. I'm sure it's good though. Moonchild. You're all about the mint chocolate chip too, Sage. Yeah, girlfriend. That's one of the ones I really do like the most. Have a good night, girlfriend. Sweet dreams to you. Like, there was actually a sherbet ice cream from Baskin Robbins, which don't have Baskin Robbins here either. It was called Daiquiri Ice, and that one was pretty good. A Dr. Pepper ice cream? Really? Ugh, that don't taste good to me. I don't like Dr. Pepper or Mr. Pibb. I don't know how anybody can drink that nasty stuff. I definitely don't like it. You would never have to worry about me drinking it because I don't like it. I like root beer. That I'll drink. But Dr. Pepper isn't my thing. Green tea ice cream. I don't know if I've ever had that, Judith. There's that Blue Bunny ice cream. Have y'all ever had that? It's pretty good. That's the one that has like the red velvet. It's really good. Good night, Sage. See you later, beautiful. Sweet dreams to you. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, I definitely like the blue bunny, but I really like bluebell ice cream. And what kind of question is that? What a dumb question. Looks aren't everything. I can promise you that. I don't want anybody who lives at home with mama. So, see you bye. Bluebell's a big seller in Texas. Yeah, I think it's a big seller here too. I know these trolls really need to get a life. Blackberry ice cream. Oh, I'm sure that's good. Moonchild. Wow, Anna. I mean, I'm trying to understand, like, I definitely don't want someone who lives at home with their mama. So, that's not good, Anna. I mean, I just like to know why everybody thinks looks is everything, because it's not. It really does. Sunnyland. Like, I mean, I'd rather live on my own. Well, that's good. You got a cop that lives next door. Like, hey, Debs, that's good to have, honey. I used to have a cop that lived in my old neighborhood. So, and then I had an FBI agent that lived right next door to me. Let's get our own planet, Sunnyland. That sounds good to me, honey. Whatever, Scott. Why do you think... Why you think that, Scott? Like, I mean, have you not realized by now that I see with my heart, not my eyes? I mean, I'll take an island. I'll take, you want to offer me a big house, money, bank full of money? Yeah. You know, Scott, if you saw what my insignificant other looks like, I think you'd probably change your mind about a lot of things. So, it's always interesting to me. I mean, I really don't even want to get on a conversation, but I will. How, back in the older days, women couldn't work. So, like, it was up to the man to work, to provide the stability for her and their children, if they had any, if they got married. I mean, well, anybody expected that to really change a whole lot, in 50 years? That beats the heck out of me, 50, 60 years, because I surely wasn't expecting it to change much. I mean, yeah, women can work now, but they definitely don't get paid as much in many cases. Get a cult. Are we on guns now? Is that what y'all talking about? That's funny. Yeah, I got a few of those too. No, you didn't stir me up, honey. I was just, I just think it's always, and I don't excuse women who do it. I'm just saying, like, men want to get mad at women for looking for a man who has stability, makes a good living. When, our grandfathers, at least mine, they were the ones allowed to work. The women back then weren't allowed to work yet. So, you can see it from that standpoint. Calling chief. Is that what we're doing? Like, unfortunately, women had to be reliant on a man if she wanted to eat and have a roof over her head. So, that's all I was saying, baby. The men had to have somewhere to go to get some peace. Well, yeah, I mean, you talking about them going to work, Bob? Since the ladies couldn't work back then? Yeah, it was either that or the bar. There's a lot of things that women couldn't do back then. This is true, Scott. I'm just saying, baby. Because, like, my grandfather, he was either born, it's either 1910 or 1913. And that's my dad's dad. So, my grandfather. And so, I know even back then, like, women weren't allowed to work. Especially when you go back into the 1800s. I mean, of course, that's why they always had the, you know, the what they called them back then. They called them something else, but pretty much prostitutes. It's interesting how it's changed, though. Ladies of the night, yeah. They were definitely called that, or they were called the wives of the night. That was another way I heard it. Especially if you go into Asian culture like geishas. They were the wives of the night, is what they were known for. I know, right, Debs? When the guys also got, maternity leave, but now, for the guys it's called paternity leave. Hey, at least the women can't say, well, you don't get any time off. You get to go back to work, and I get to stay at home with a screaming baby. You know, a lot of women can't say that no more if their husband's employer offers paternity leave. And then you have some guys who are actually the ones who stay at home with the kids. And their wives are the one that makes the bacon, which that's just weird to me. I'll never get over that. It will never make sense to me. I'm used to the man working. That's always the way I've been raised. Well, that's good, Eternal. At least they're getting along. At least you don't have to go hide. At least not yet. But they're starting to drink, baby. Give it time. Especially the way one of them acts. Just based off of what you've told me. The night's still young, baby. I'd be running. Equal rights. Yep, there you go, Judith. I guess so. I mean, some like it that way, but no, I can't wrap my head around that, even now. Oh, so you'll have an excuse to leave before long then. Well, have fun driving. Yeah, I'd quietly walk away myself. I'd be running. Well, have a safe trip, Moonchild. But no, what's attractive is a man who works. That much I can guarantee you. That's one of the things I've definitely learned. If I ever had any doubts before, I definitely don't doubt that now. How attractive that is. Okay. Let's see. So, when you leaving, Moon, to go to Pennsylvania? Okay. So in a few days. Okay. Man, I swear that cat is something else. Because I think he just knocked over something again. Oh, he's jumping on boxes now. I can't even have that cat sleeping with me because he's constantly jumping from one box to the next. From all the moving boxes I still got playing around my bedroom. Flying out, then train, then automobile. Wow. Yeah, that's gonna be a long trip, honey. Hmm. What movie is that, 420? I've never heard of it. Yeah, Moonchild, I'd be screaming that too, honey. That's one of the things I have noticed. I can't be in a car ride for a long period of time. I don't even know what it's gonna be like for me to even get on a plane anymore. I mean, I can handle being on a plane for maybe 4 hours, 4.5, and then I'm ready to get off the plane just because of it killing my back sitting there. Yeah, that cat just got into something because I heard something hit my floor again. I'm gonna check on this silly cat. Gets into everything. And that's what I get for having kittens. Toby must got mad at Wolfie and chased him up underneath the dining room table. And when he did that, he flipped over his food bowl again. So you have a hot date? Where you going, Judith? Oh wait, you got a hot date with your bed? You mean? Exactly, Sunnyland. Like you say that and then you leave. She's talking about her bed. That's what she means. Or she could even be drinking some Patron right now. Getting up the courage to go knock on somebody's door. That's a nice hot date to have though, Judith. I'm in agreement there. I'd go sleep in my bed too. Patron. Yeah, Moonchild. Pull out the Patron. I got some here, honey. I'm sure I probably got a few bottles of liquor still. It's boxed up though. I wouldn't even know which box it's in. It's pretty bad. I've been in this house a year and I still don't know what box my liquor's in. And that just tells you how often I drink. I don't. Like once in a great while. I even got a bottle of champagne in my fridge. It probably ain't no good no more though. You drank tequila for way too many years. You can't fathom trying now. Oh, I love tequila. Mama can't afford Patron right now. Well, Judith, maybe I'll have to send you a bottle of Patron, honey. Just for the heck of it. I think I got some Jack in there too. In fact, I do know I got a bottle of Jack. And I know I got some Crown, but I think most of the Crown is probably gone. All the alcohol that's in my house, all except for 2 bottles, have been in my house since I met him. Because that's how often we drink. We just didn't drink at the house. If we did, we normally drink at the pool hall. Back when I would drink more. Oh, I love tequila. And it's like I've told y'all, it's like you can give me shots of Patron and it won't do nothing to me. Drinking Patron by itself won't do nothing. Now you mix some other liquor in there, then it will. Crown gives you headaches. Not me. Because I would drink Crown with, I would drink it in a drink called a Red Snapper. And then I would drink that after I had like a couple of shots of vodka. And then I might throw the Patron in after that. So that was a long time ago though. Like I haven't drank like that in more than a decade. Well, more than a decade. Fall off the bar stool. I mean, it doesn't faze me like that. It's one type of alcohol, one type of liquor. I don't even get tipsy. It's weird. You got to throw in and mix in more than one type of liquor. Then I'll get tipsy, but not before then. So like one of the last times I had a drink, that was about 8, 9 months ago at the restaurant. And in fact, that's when I did have some Patron. I got a margarita, but it was called, man, what it was like the restaurant's own margarita, and I had like 2 or 3 different types of liquor in it. And then I'd also get a shot of tequila to go with it. So that's what I would drink, and I normally drink about 2 or 3 of those. And then I'd be pretty buzzed by the time I'd leave there. That was the last time though. Rum makes me dumb. Hi, Larry. Yeah, I don't drink like that. I'm boring. And even, even Jaeger bombs. Like, I can't tell you the last time I've had a Jaeger bomb, but it's been years since I've used to drink Jaeger bombs a lot. And that's back when I drank the stoplights. And what else would I drink? I mean, I had a bartender who was the manager of the pool hall. And because I'd be there earlier than most, she would be trying to like come up with a concoction for like the night special. And so she would mix something together and then she'd bring it to me and have me try it and get my opinion. So I ended up getting, free drinks that way many times. And then if some of my friends showed up, they'd buy me a few more drinks. And say, I'm glad I got there early. That way, by the time I left there by 3, 4 in the morning, I was pretty much sober by then. And you too, Judith. Don't get all carried away with that Patron now, or that tequila. I can just imagine how you are, Judith, drinking tequila. I'm sure we'd have some good old time. Oh yeah, well if you knew the bartender and became good friends with the bartender, you would get hooked up like I did. You're done with the hard stuff, Scott? Well, see, I hardly ever drink, baby, so, you know, the times that I do, I mean, if I'm gonna have a drink, I like to be at least a little tipsy. And the quickest way is about me mixing liquor. Because drinking no beer, y'all can keep that. Closest thing to a beer I'll drink is a Corona. Sounds good, Judith. I look forward to it. One of these days, we can all get together and be silly. Oh, I have some moonshine too. I actually knew someone, or he knew someone, who used to make it. So I actually have a clear glass bottle, and it's clear. You would think it was water. I had a few shots out of that too. Must not been good moonshine because it didn't do nothing to me either. It's like, well, what was the point in that? I was all excited. I was thinking that this moonshine was going to have me smashed. It didn't. Oh, you're giving someone a ride home? Oh, must be Miss Marilyn. Your friend buys from work $10. Yeah, there's some good moonshine out there. I just haven't had it. Not in many years, anyways. I used to know somebody who could get their hands on it, especially around Christmas time. That was always the good stuff. But I don't get around them anymore. Well, be safe, Eternal. Oh, I can just imagine, Moonchild. That must have been some really good stuff. I mean, it's like this moonshine that I'd open up the container, and yeah, it smells like pure alcohol. And it was, I think it was some kind of peach flavored moonshine. But it still didn't do nothing to me. I was seriously disappointed. Because he even looked at me crazy. You know, I had a few shots out of it, and I'm just waiting. I'm thinking, like, this is going to knock me flat on my behind. So I took it easy, in fact. And after a few shots, I just kind of looked at him crazy. I'm like, so, when is that buzz supposed to hit me? When am I supposed to be knocked on my fanny? Because I don't feel nothing. And he just looked at me. He couldn't believe it. I was like, I don't know what you want me to say, but I don't know. And it didn't. It never fazed me. Even when I drank the tequila behind it, it still didn't faze me. Because I think I did take like 2 or 3 shots of tequila on top of it. It still didn't faze me. So, I bet. I've never had great moonshine. The other one that I've had is like the one they make around Christmas time. I can't remember what they called it, but it was good. It definitely made you think. You could taste the alcohol, yes, but it didn't make you think you was drinking pure alcohol. It was good. Why don't you go find them, Emma Jane? Bye-bye. You'll have 3 beers max. What kind of beer you drink, Moonchild? I could never tolerate beer. I just don't like the way it tastes. Like I said, the closest thing to beer I will ever touch is a Corona. And that's it. Shiner. Okay. Because it's like whenever most people, when they get around me and they've been drinking beer, I don't even want to, talk to them. And it's nothing having to do with them. It's like, I don't like the smell of it. I don't like the smell of it. 15 or more and then party. Wow. It was like that, huh? That's wild. You like wine, Deborah? What's a good wine, honey? I never got into wine, so I have no idea. Um, I know I always see people drink that, what is it, that Blue Moon? Okay. Water's in everything, including alcohol. So, I never got into wine. It's, the only type of wine, well, I'll take that back. I did get to try some wine, but it was from, I want to say it was from Turkey. And it was at a restaurant I used to go to. I used to frequent. And I got to know one of the servers really well. And she was one of the servers. There was a big huge party there. They had actually went through and um rented out like the party room. So, and she said they were in there with some like brandy, I think it was, but they called it wine, but she thinks it was more like brandy. So I got to try that. That was pretty good. Hi, Catherine. Yeah, we're talking about liquor, alcohol, how much some of us can go through and drink, and how some of us don't. But I like I said, I rarely drink. It's rare. Red wine only. Red wine sweet only. Yeah, if I'm gonna drink it, I'd rather it be sweet. Cognac for you, Catherine? What's a good cognac, honey? There was actually this alcohol, this liquor I saw at the pool hall. One of the old pool halls I played at. And it was one of those upscale pool halls. And you buy a shot out of it, and I want to say it was a cognac. I want to say. And the list price for a shot was like 120 bucks. I'm like, y'all are crazy. Like that 120 buck shot better be the only shot I need. Cause otherwise I would not be paying that much for it. You have cirrhosis, but it's from the heart infusion. No, I'm sorry, honey. So I think it was called, oh, I think it was called like King Louis. It was King Louis something. But they were charging $120 for one shot. I'm not talking about the bottle. I'm just talking about a single shot. I told them they were crazy. Y'all have to let me try that one time, and I'll tell you if it works or not. If it would be worth my money. And I seriously doubt it would be worth my money. Yes, 420. It was $120 a shot. I told them they were crazy. Crazy. No way, Jose. Yeah, I agree, 420. I never would have tried it. Oh yeah, well, Moonchild, even in Mexico, like when I went to the resort, like um It was all inclusive. All alcohol was included. But except for like, there were certain wines you got to pay extra for. And obviously, if you wanted a bottle of champagne, you had to pay for that too. So, so no, I never tried it. I think I'm gonna have to go look it up now. It's been a long time since I thought of it. Oh, really, Cube? You must be talking about yourself then, huh? I don't know why you feel that way. You love champs, Catherine. Like my mama liked, um, she would drink Kahlua, and of course, growing up, I remember my parents always talking about the iced tea. The tea that tastes like tea, but it's all liquor. They'd always talk about the couple times that I recall them going out over the years when we still lived in California, and they would come home and they would said they were pretty tipsy or drunk from it. It's like, well, that must have been some strong alcohol. And I remember I've drank some of that too, and even that didn't like get me tipsy. I would have to still have to drink something else with it. Right, yeah, Long Island. That's right, Catherine. That's what they would always talk about. Outside of that, I think the only other thing my mama ever saw her drink was Kahlua and cream, and she would drink it at the bowling alley. Because in fact, she would have me and my brothers. We were allowed to take a sip of her alcoholic drink when we were small children. She would allow us to take a couple sips of it before she stirred it. Because, I guess she felt like all the liquor fell to the bottom. And to us, it really just tasted like chocolate milk. But, you know, that's all we got. I like daiquiris, but I also like, I think margaritas are better. Long Island's where your first drink, Scott. Hi, Matthew Fields. To secret tabletop dance. No, back when I would drink, people always thought I was crazy. They always thought I was going to be the one that ended up sick. And I would walk around that pool hall in my high heels like I didn't have anything to drink. And I'm not saying that I didn't stumble. I'm not going to say that. All I can tell you is I didn't fall flat on my behind. And I surely didn't get sick ever. So, and that's back when I would put away some alcohol. The rum drinks. I like rum. I like the Malibu rum. The Malibu rum was always good. I mean, Bacardi's alright. I prefer the Malibu rum. In fact, I remember being at home, before I was old enough to buy my own alcohol. Um, I went and spent the weekend at a guy I was dating at the time. We were both underage, so we couldn't buy any alcohol. But he had an older sibling. He had an older brother who lived out on his own with his wife. And they were going to have a big party that weekend and told us that they would buy whatever alcohol we wanted, as long as we gave them the money. They would go to the liquor store and get it. Okay. Let me tell you, when I say I called my parents, because obviously we didn't drink all the alcohol. We had like 5 or 6 different types of liquor, different kinds. And his brother and his wife didn't want to keep it. And um my guy that, I was dating, he didn't want it either. I'm like, well, I mean, it's stupid for it to go to waste. So what I do, I pick up phone, call home, mama. And my mama knew what I was doing too. I said, Mama, we still got alcohol. We still got, all this liquor here that we didn't drink. I said, can I bring it home with me? Because they said I can have it. And she said, sure, bring it home. I brought it home. And let me tell you, I could still walk into my parents' kitchen and make a drink right in front of my parents, and they wouldn't say nothing to me. They allowed me to drink because they felt like I was going to do it, whether I was of age to do it or not. And they'd rather me do it under their roof where they could watch me and knew I was safe than me go out and be stupid somewhere else, is how they looked at it. So my parents were cool like that. I even got away with telling them one time about back when I did try smoking green back then. And I remember my parents, because we were renting the house, we didn't own it. And me and a couple of friends on the school bus, we got into a conversation talking about smoking. And I don't know how this came about, but whoever was on that school bus thought that I was a drug dealer. I'm like, really? Because they end up going through telling my parents this or told the landlord. And so I came home from school one day, and my mama looked at me and she's like, don't make any plans to go anywhere. I kind of looked at her and said, why? What I do? She's like, well, you got to wait till your dad gets home. We need to have a serious talk. And I'm just like, what the F have I done now? And I knew I had not done anything. And I could even cuss, to my parents. So, and that's exactly what I said. I said to my mama, what the F have I done now? I was mad. So I waited until my daddy got home. And he comes home and we sit at the dining room table. And they both looked at me with the most serious look. We got a phone call today asking if you're dealing drugs. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? No. And they're like, are you sure? I'm like, I'm absolutely positive. Nope. I don't do none of that. No, I don't, touch, it like that. And then I looked at my parents and I said, listen, I ain't gonna lie to you. I'll tell you, every once in a while, I'll go out with my friends and, we may roll a joint and, smoke it, but we don't leave the house until we all come down from the high. And I don't bring it home with me. So if you're worried about any of it being in this house, it's not. I don't ever bring it home. It stays with my friends. That's it. And they both told me, they're like, well, there's nothing wrong with, smoking it as long as you don't get caught. Okay. And they told me flat out they didn't like the fact that I did it, but they said they would not tell me I couldn't do it either because they tried it themselves. So it would have been wrong. Like they would be looking like a hypocrite to me and my brother by telling us no. So I said, okay. And I never got caught with it. So, I mean, back then, even the few times I did it, it was like rare. And then if I did it, I would come home and I would be like a cross street. And all I have to do is walk cross street and walk into my house. And I would still be high, but I was going to bed too. So that's when I would smoke then, but I didn't smoke it for long. It wasn't my thing because the other part of it was it would make me drowsy. You talk about drowsy? No, not just drowsy, it made me lazy. And I did not like that at all. Like if I had plans on working tomorrow and I smoked tonight, oh, I wasn't getting up and going to work tomorrow. It made me that lazy. I didn't like that feeling. So I gave it up. Didn't want that no more. I wasn't missing work. I was too responsible back then to be doing some silliness like that, even at a young age. So that's all I did. But my parents, at least they were cool with me and my brother that way. They didn't get mad at us, you know. They didn't try and keep us under their, you know, under their thumb and telling us what we can and can't do. And, you know, of course, they tried giving us a curfew, and that was laughable in itself. That's another story. But yeah, that's all I did. So, um, and I know all my friends just thought that, you know, I was the luckiest person to have the cool parents that I had because they allowed us to drink or allowed me to drink at home, underage, and also smoke. And they knew about it, and I could tell them about it. Yeah, I could. And I did back then. You're disgusting. You can't recall it. I'm no stranger to danger. Your mom was way cooler than your dad. Yeah, my mom was pretty easy. And I think the reason why she was that way is because my grandparents raised her that way. Raised her and my aunts and uncles. So they got to do all of that growing up. And I think my grandparents felt the same way, that, you know, they knew my mama and her siblings were going to either drink or try something like smoking pot. So they felt if they were going to do it, they'd rather them do it at home where they could keep an eye on them and know that they were safe than them go out there and do something stupid and be reckless. So, so yeah, that brings back some memories. Oh, wow, Moonchild. Now, you want to know what I did? This back when I had a license, you know, when I had my driver's license. And my daddy co-signed for my first car. I got a brand new car, and I was able to get it for a family discount because my daddy worked for the dealership. So my first car was a brand new car that, you know, I saved up the money, the down payment, and I made the monthly payments on and also paid for the insurance and all the maintenance for it. And, you know, so I was working naturally. And you would think, you know, my parents would, you know, have been more lenient. At least my mama was. My daddy, not so much. So he still told me I had a curfew. I had to be home by a certain time. And I just looked at him and laughed. Especially after I turned 18. I said, really? You're going to tell me I'm an adult? Like, what? And I'm helping y'all pay the bills here? Like, really? Okay. Well, so what I do, I would come home by curfew if I wasn't working. I would make sure I was home. I would make sure my daddy saw me inside that house. And then after he went to sleep, snuck out the window, got in my car and took off. And then I'd come right back home right before his alarm was set to go off. He never knew. He never knew. And I laughed about it years later because I remember I would tell my daddy about some of the stuff that he thought he knew about. As he would always say, we're not stupid. Oh, really? Okay. So I said to him one day, I said, Daddy, I said, yeah. I said, did you know that I would come home before curfew, like you told me to, and I would wait till you go to sleep. And then I'd sneak out the window, and I'd get in my car and I'd leave. And then I'd come home before your alarm went off. I was like, did you know? He's like, no. And I knew he didn't know, because if he knew, he would have busted me. It's like, yeah, uh-huh. You said you knew everything I was doing. Right. Oh, Deborah, I can imagine. That would have been quite the party town. Especially out there. I hear some of y'all out there can have some great, big, huge parties. It's like y'all turn it into like a weekend party. What it'd be like with some of my friends. Um, you ever been to like I had some of my friends, you know, who were either Mexican or they were from like El Salvador, and it didn't matter. whether it was a quinceañera or a baby's christening. It was a big, huge party where like everybody was getting drunk. All the adults and, young adults, even the ones who weren't above age. I'm like this is supposed to be like an underage kids party, but all the adults are over there drinking margaritas left and right, having tequila shots left and right. It was always a party, and it was always a weekend party at that. I would have so much fun with them. As Cosme, yeah, isn't, you know, but you know what, honey? It's like, yeah, I mean, to live out on your own, you live by your own rules. You don't live by your parents' rules anymore. But the downside of that is, unless you're paying, part of the rent, and the rent to live at home with your parents is just as much as it would be if you had your own place. It kind of like, you'd be better off staying home, living with your parents, even if you had to obey their rules, just save some money. Like, looking back at it now, I mean, if it wasn't for me still living at home for as long as I did, up until my mama died, right, like a few months before, um, I wouldn't have been able to have, like, my car. I would not have been able to buy that car. I would not have been able to save up the money to put the down payment on it. And especially as much as I was working, all the extra money I made, between helping them pay some of the bills there and also paying like extra car payments on my car. So I could never get behind on it. And it also gave me the freedom at times to, um, I had a couple credit cards. They didn't have a big credit line on it, but I would use my credit cards and I would be responsible and I would pay the thing off every month, like it was, a regular bill. So I was allowed to do some of those things by staying at home as long as I did. But I get what you're saying too, honey. Hello, Thomas. Oh, Deborah, I know that's beautiful, honey. I would love to see the Northern Lights. One of these days, I'm going to be able to see it. Good old days for sure, but now you couldn't run through any field. I would love to see the Northern Lights. I've never seen them, honey. At least not in person. I've seen pictures of them. I would love to experience it in person, though. I always hear about how gorgeous it is. Actually, one of my old mods, where was she? I know she was closer to Canada. Yeah, because she said, yeah, she lived in Minnesota. And she actually sent me some pictures she took of the Northern Lights up there. And it was gorgeous. I have some of the pictures, in fact. I could probably pull them up. She's a photographer. So it's like, this is the closest thing to the Northern Lights I've ever been able to experience. I can find them. Let's see. She's taking some beautiful animal shots too of like eagles. Let's see if I can find them. I think that's one of them, but no. Where's the rest of the pictures? I gotta clean out my pictures here. Wait. Who's that? Actually, this might not be from her. This might be from someone else. Let me find another place. That'll tell me yes or no. It might be her pictures then. Yeah, I think these are her pictures. Like, this is the closest thing to the Northern Lights I'll ever get to. I think this is one of the pictures she took. She sent to me. I think it's gorgeous. In fact, she's the one that made that calendar that's behind me. And then, yeah, this is her right here. I think this is her husband. And you can see she has her camera set up. And she took that one. So, one of these days I'll see it in person. Yeah, I know you told me that, Eternal. Did you ever send me any pictures of it? Yeah, because there's that picture right there. Here's the other one of hers. Here it is. Yeah. Well, that's actually from the calendar. I think you did send me a couple pictures, Eternal. I don't see them, though. I haven't came across them yet. Yep, it's on my bucket list. I will see it one day. Just like I want to see all the waterfalls in Hawaii. See where part of my heritage, where I come from. Well, then I probably have them somewhere eternal. It might be on my phone, though. I bet you it is. It would take forever to find those photos. They're not appearing in here. At least not yet. But those few I showed, I know are my other friends. Good morning, baby. Hello, Alvin. Thank you. You. That'd be cool. Eternal. Oh, y'all want to see my pet? What do you call them? I want to call him a porcupine, but that's not what she is. Possum. Remember I told y'all I had a pet possum at my old house where I lived for about a year? And here she is, right here. I would feed her every night. She'd come up on the porch too. And I would sit there and I would tap on the porch and she would hear it and she'd come. Same time every night. And she would just sit out there and eat until someone chased her off. Another stupid possum chased her away. I was so mad. I loved her though. And she would get close to me too. I would sit on the porch and I had a water bowl sitting out there because some of the cats, the stray cats, I always make sure I have water for them. And she would come up on the porch and she would drink from the bowl too. And she had a baby. That's the only reason why I know she was female, because first time I ever caught my eyes on her, one of her babies came out right before she did. And that baby walked out like he was drunk. Like he was stumbling everywhere. He must have just woken up or something. But I never saw the baby after that. It was that one time and that was it. And then, where's that bear? I had a bear too that would run around there. It even got into the deer feeder, because I would get up a whole bunch of deer on the property. There you go. Here's a bear cub that I caught in my yard one day. Here's the feeder. He's right underneath the deer feeder, and he tried climbing up there to get into the the deer feeder. And he ended up knocking it down eventually. How about somebody just kick you out? See you bye. And then I had this deer. She was sweet. Beautiful doe. I would go out there every day and feed the deer. Not just, rely on the deer feeder. I would go out there and get a couple of buckets of corn. And then I'd throw it out there in the yard. And the deer would come up close to me. Where, like, I actually got to see some of the doe's babies. I got to see one of them had twins. And so one day I was out there, I had just woke up, and I was sitting out there on the porch, looking at my phone. Wasn't even looking up. Didn't look around to see if any of the deer were around. And something just caught the corner of my eye, and I looked up, and this one deer was sitting right there, not even like 15 feet away from me. Like she was waiting for me, throw out the corn. And I felt bad, and I'm like, oh, damn, and I was afraid if I just made one, subtle movement towards her, she would run off. I knew she would come back, but I didn't want to scare her, because they're very skittish. You think that deer ran away? No, she took maybe about a foot to walk, backwards, and she allowed me to walk by her, and I went and got the corn and brought it back, and she was sitting there waiting for me to bring the corn back to her and all the other deer. It was beautiful. So here she is. Here's that one deer. I could get that close to her right there. She was beautiful and she was sweet, but then she disappeared. I'm afraid somebody shot her, and that's what probably worries me now, because I didn't see her. It wasn't that long afterwards. It's like she disappeared. Out of all the deer I would see, I would get to know the regular deer that would come around there, because they would have different marks. There was different things that I could notice them by. And I never saw her. It wasn't long after that. I may have seen her a handful of times, and it's like she disappeared. And it always scared me, because she was so trusting of me that some other idiot out there actually shot her. Obviously. I understand if they're hungry, but some people do it for sport. And I didn't like that. It's one thing, okay, to feed your family. It's another thing to do it for sport. And so, yeah, I got to see all of them. And then I got a big buck out here, too. Let's see, right here. I've seen one that have a bigger rack than this out in my yard. Look at that buck. I loved it. That was the one thing I did love about living up there in the mountains. Being around all of that wildlife out there. So, I got more. I'll have to post them one day and share them with y'all. And of course, when I went, after I had my rotator cuff surgery and I had to go to physical therapy, the couple of physical therapists that were working with me, it was a physical therapist. He was like the boss there, and then he had an assistant. And well, the boss, I heard him talking about hunting one day, and I just looked at him. I said, "Oh, you would love to come to my house, because you would love all the deer that come into my yard." It's like, but I don't want you coming there. I said, because I don't need you shooting any of my deer, And I showed him one of the pictures of the big bucks I had. He was like, well, what time do I need to come there? Don't come there. Because I said, it ain't just going to be me you'll be fighting with. I said, it'll be my sister-in-law. I said, and you won't be walking away messing with them deer. So I said, don't do it. I just wanted to, share with him like some of the beautiful deer I've seen up close in my yard. Isn't he beautiful, Moonchild? I loved it. And I got more. There's a bunch of different bucks I have on here, but that was probably one of the biggest ones. Got to enjoy it all. Let's see. I even saw a white one day. Y'all ever seen an albino white deer? I've seen one. Me and my in-laws saw it one day. It was beautiful. And it was young too. And we were hoping, keeping our fingers crossed that it was a female, that it was a doe, because if it was a male, they would all be out there trying to, kill it just for a trophy. And I would have hated that. Yeah, Deborah, you gotta protect the bird feeder, even from the squirrels. Because all the squirrels be running around in the yard too, because I would have bird feeders out there. And they would be coming in trying to dig, their hands in the bird feeder, trying to get all the seeds out of that too. So yeah, we had problems with squirrels. Let's see. Yeah, here's one of the, I think this is one of the mamas. This ain't the best picture, but mm, here's one of the babies with one of the mamas. This was in my backyard. I would see this all the time. And her and a few of the other does would bring their young out there. Hello, Ike. Thank you. Um, Let me see if I could find a picture of the twins. I don't have a very good picture of the twins, but I think I might have one. Because I saw the mama come out and brought the babies out and um had the babies out there right next to my car. It's the only reason why I called them. Because usually my car was parked there, but I think back then my car was probably at the shop back then too. So she surprised me one day when I walked out there and I saw her and her two babies out there. She had twins. And she had given birth to twins the year before too. Oh, you're welcome. I love animals. I love wildlife. Let's see. See if I can find those twins. I may not even have it on here. I don't know. Find a picture of my car, then I'll know. Let's see, it should be like right here. That's not it. Mm, well, where'd that picture go? I know I didn't delete it. No, not there. Where'd it go? I got in another file somewhere. But I think it's on my other device. For whatever reason, it's not here. I'll check my other device. It just may not have uploaded to this one. When I find it, maybe I'll just post it. Y'all can check it out there. Oh, that's beautiful, Deborah. Oh, I love hawks. Did you ever see the one in my yard? Here. This one, and it's looking right at me, too. This was, probably towards the end of last year. In fact, I can tell you what the date of it was. When was this? October 30th, to be exact. So, of last year. Hawks are one of my spirit animals. I walked out in my front yard, and there's this hawk sitting right there, perched. And looked right at me, too. It was beautiful. And I know I saw, because I think one of them has a nest out here. No kidding, Deborah. Scorpio. It was beautiful. And then, let's see, I got another one. Like, you could tell it was watching something. See? You can see it watching something. I don't know what it was watching, but it was watching something. I was waiting for it to fly away too, but it didn't. It sat there for a while. So there must have been something out there running around. Could have been even some of those stray kittens. Because I know I saw a few of them out there after I brought in the mama cat. I saw a few other strays running around. They were like running around together. So I don't know if maybe they were watching for them. No, you're welcome. And then I did have one sitting up to here outside my window, sitting on the cable on the utility line. I got a picture of it, but it's not a good one. I think this one though. I think this is one. But I can't tell which one. And then I have one perched up in my tree at my old house. It's not a good photo, but I think somebody had looked it up and said it's a red-shouldered hawk. And I got pretty close to it too, which surprised me. I was waiting for it to fly away, even though it's up on a, perched up on a tree high up, but I still know that they don't like to see something bigger than them coming towards them. See if I can find it now. Let's see. Right here. Like I said, it's not a good picture, but at least you can see it. This was at my old house, up in the tree. It was pretty. And I saw it fly into my yard too when it went to perch up on the tree. Oh, yeah. I would have always been worried about my Chihuahua, too, when I had him. Because I always thought the same thing. Some of these birds out here are going to get my dog. And then I'm going to be very upset. Oh, is this the twins? Oh, yeah. I don't know if y'all can see this. I'll probably have to post it. Because y'all may not be able to get a good image of it. Because even when I blow it up, it'll blur it out. But if y'all look, when y'all looking at the screen, look in the right corner. You will see 2 babies there with the doe. Like you see the hood of my car on the left, look to the right, the far right of the screen. And there's 2 babies. That's with the mama. Those are the twins. Hey, Luke. I'm good, honey. Thank you for asking. How you doing? It's almost 1 o'clock. I might as well get off of here. I'm thinking shortly. It reminds you of a lady hawk. It was beautiful. And I got other ones on here too. But I'll probably have to post out one of the twins. Because I have other pictures of them by themselves, and I got them with a couple of does. No. You know, Deborah, I didn't even know there was different ones referred that way until probably this past year. I don't know what kind mine was, but I can show you a picture of what he looks like, which cracks me up because every single time I see a picture of this, it reminds me of him. It's not him, but this is pretty much what my Chihuahua looked like. I'd have to pull pictures from one of my old devices. So, even has the same colors, same markings. I saw this on the internet one day, and it made me think of my Chihuahua I used to have. Same stripes, same marks, same colors. It blew me away. And I would have sworn I heard my dog earlier, too. Never thought I'd own one until I got this one. And the only reason why I got him is because my baby brother brought him to me. Because he had bought him for his girlfriend at the time because she wanted a Chihuahua. She was one of those prissy girls that wanted to carry a teacup Chihuahua around in her purse. Well, she was away at school, and I guess she couldn't handle him. So, I guess she didn't want him, so my brother wasn't sure what to do now, so he called me and asked me if I would take him. It's like, well, I'm not gonna say no. You know, bring him to me. Let me see if I connect with him, and yeah, you know, if I do, yeah, I'll keep him. So I ended up keeping him. He became my baby. First Chihuahua I've ever had. First Chihuahua I ever thought I would ever have. And ever since I've had him, I want another one. And he was so well behaved. Well behaved. Listened, did his little tricks. Even the vet loved him. And it was heartbreaking when I had to put him down because I had to take him to the hospital last minute. So I had to take him to the 24-hour animal hospital because he was hacking. He was having trouble breathing. I knew something was wrong. So I took him. And they come find out. They said that he had congestive heart failure. I was like, no. So they kept him, I think it was for like 3 days. And they had to keep him encased in one of those oxygen chambers to help add oxygen back into his body. And so after that, then I had to take him to the specialist. So they referred me to a cardiologist for him. Took him to the cardiologist, and the cardiologist examined him. And at first, just based off the evaluation, he looked at me, he's like, they said he has congestive heart failure. I said, yeah. He spent 3 days at the animal hospital. So that's why I'm here. He was like, are you sure? I said, I'm positive. And he's like, well, by the way he's acting, he doesn't give me any symptoms that he has congestive heart failure. And it's like, well, I'm just telling you what they told me. And I'm telling you that he was having trouble breathing. So, and he asked what kind of test they did. And I told him. He's like, okay, well, let me run my own test. And let me confirm, their diagnosis. Fine. Came back. It was confirmed. He had congestive heart failure. But the vet was just amazed. Because he said that my dog had so much energy. He was still very playful. He was so much himself that it was hard to believe he had congestive heart failure. And so he would sit there and, stand on his back 2 legs like he's begging. And you could sit there and, shake his paw and he'd lick your face. And they all loved him. I hated it when I had to put him down. I hated it. And I resented him for it because he wasn't here. Yes, they are, Deborah. Hey, Gina. Yeah, mine was like 13 pounds. Mine wasn't a teacup. He was about 13 pounds, I think. And then I'd carry him around, and he would sleep with me. And he would sleep underneath the blankets with me. He'd always lay right next to my legs or sleep, if I laid on my back, I would use like one of those body pillows and put it underneath my knees to support, support my lumbar spine, laying on my back. And so he would end up laying on partly, on the pillow, between my legs, like around my knees. Every once in a while, I end up kicking him accidentally just because I'd forget he was there. You call him Mr. Willie? Yeah, pets are just like humans. They're family. Yeah, Moonchild. Mine would too. My my dogs, they always sensed it when someone was in there. So, in fact, one of the times that I ended up, I did see a spirit in my old house. He had warned me about it. He had jumped up off the bed, in fact, started barking in the corner. And I knew there was a spirit there, and I didn't get a good feeling. So I ended up picking up my dog, and I left the house for the night. And went and stayed at a friend's house because he was out of town. So I just didn't want to be there alone that day. No, thank you, Gina. Yeah, he was my baby. That was my baby. I want to say it was probably about 7 years ago when I had put him down. Maybe a little more than that, actually. Now that it's been probably more like 8 years ago when I had to do it. He was, Gina. He ended up having to take one of his exes home. Oh, yeah, Deborah. I had I'm sorry. I'm sorry you had to go through that too, honey. I had a Jack Russell Terrier mix, and he came from the pound, and he ended up getting cancer, and I had to put him down. Yes, Gina, you're right. Toby is very much the size of a dog. That's true, Deborah. They are. They do love seeing you. They're always happy to see you. So, yeah, because they had cost, when I had put them in the, when I take him to the animal hospital, between the animal hospital, for those 3 days he was there, and like the cardiologist, I had spent over $5,000 on his care. And, thankfully I had money and savings to, cover it, but I didn't have any more after that. If he had to go back to the hospital, I didn't have the money. And, um, so surely enough, I think I got about another month with him before I kind of put him down. And I hated it. He started having a coughing spell, and I already knew what was coming. So I took him back to the same animal hospital, and I told them, it was time to put him down. I knew they didn't want to do it. Not saying I wanted to do it. I did and I didn't. I needed to do it out of love for him because I didn't want him to suffer. And then too, like I said, I didn't have the money to keep him there for another 3 days. I didn't have $5,000 additional sitting around. And that's what I told them. I don't have the money, but I also can't sit here and let him suffer. And I think my biggest fear was I would end up leaving the house, being out somewhere, and he would have one of those spills and then he would die, and I wouldn't be there. And I couldn't stand that. I thought, I said, nope, I wouldn't allow that happen. So I made sure I was there. Yeah, I love that Jack Russell. He was something else. I bet, Moonchild. So, and I remember even being there, when they had put him down, you know, you never would have thought that he was like suffering. Because one minute he'd be sitting there, he'd walk up to me, like when they put him on the table, after they stuck the needle in, before they gave him the medicine, he would walk up and, lick my face and wagging his tail, all happy, and I'm sitting there petting him. And then next minute, he was over there hacking like he couldn't breathe. And I gotta tell you, I almost told them not to do it, that I couldn't go through with it, that I'd figure out another way. But I knew deep in my heart, I couldn't let him suffer. I just couldn't. Yeah, and that's how I felt. I mean, I knew I had to, um, out of love for him. And, it's one of the things that, your pets, they love you unconditionally. They've taken care of you all them years. Now it's time for you to step up and take care of them when it comes to that time. And that's what I felt I had to do. So I did. I stayed there until he took his last breath. It wasn't easy, but I did it. So I get visits from him. I've seen him. I've seen him a few times, in fact, and I've heard him. Not only have I heard him, he's heard him too. And we'll be on opposite sides of the house. Like at the old house, I would be upstairs, he'd be downstairs. And we would hear his collar. Like he had a bell on his collar and it would jingle. And we didn't have any other pets. So once we put him down, there was no other pets in the house. And I knew when I'd hear that bell, I knew it was him. And, I'd go in the hallway and I would call him and I'd, say something to him. He said he would hear it too. So he's been back to visit and I've seen him. I've seen his ghost. Deborah, if you got a picture, girlfriend, you can send it to me in the email, honey. Absolutely, Gina. He was. His name was Taz. By far, best dog I've ever owned. By far. So, but it was so hard at the same time. That's why I said I didn't want another dog after him. Because it was just too much. Because I remember I went by McDonald's after I put him down. Because I needed something to eat, you know. And one of the things he loved was French fries. And all you gotta do was walk in the house and he's smelling. He knew what was in the bag. But then you would sit there and tease him, you know. And so I'd get him some, a small fry and let him eat it. And I remember I brought those fries home and I was just waiting for him to come out, looking for his fries. And I even called him and told him, I have his French fries, even though I knew he wasn't coming. But, just that, moment, wishing he was still there. I think then I wanted his ghost to show up and let me know he was there. The other thing he loved was pizza. Spoiled dog. Absolutely, Deborah. Yeah, I mean, and it's like with him, when the doorbell would ring, because we would get Papa John's pizza, he always knew. He heard that doorbell ring, he knew what was coming. So he would sit there and bake, do the same thing. And I wouldn't give him the actual pizza, I'd give him the crust. Because I wouldn't eat the crust. He can keep the crust. He did wake to a house cleaner. What are you talking about, Eternal? Bob was here, Gina. I don't know where he went off to. He may have gone to get something to eat. When it's been like this. It was like this earlier, too. No, no, Moonchild. That's so precious. Yeah, I'd love to have another dog now. But it's not the right time. I got them cats. So, Wolfie is a mess in himself. So, he reminds me too much of a dog. He has the energy of a dog, I'll just say. Well, my beautiful people. I don't like it when y'all tease me. Like, just tell me it's here. It's like I know it's on the way, but it needs to be here. Oh, I found me another one too. I'm gonna get. Can't wait. Wednesday. Hey, Scott, if you're here, that deck that I was telling you about, it'll be here Wednesday, baby, is what they're telling me. Oh no, Eternal. Aw, thank you, Deborah. You are too, honey. Love you too, sweetheart. Eternal, which one are you talking about? You talking about Lana? Or are you talking about the one that ended up coming with her babies? Must be Lana. Oh boy. Oh boy. I hate to hear that. Well, you just tell her that Taylor don't deserve her. So, he obviously has no self-control. So, Deborah, if you look in the chat, honey, it's either going to be at the top of the chat or at the bottom. You'll see my name highlighted in yellow. All you gotta do is click on that. My email's right in there. And you can email it to that, honey. Hi, NJS. Thank you. That's very sweet of you, honey. You know, Eternal, tell Lana that I'll do a reading for her if she needs me to. I feel terrible. Hi, NJS from Chicago. How you doing? Hello, warriors. How you doing? Dang, this towel works, but it's not comfortable either. What's the tea? I don't know. What's the tea, honey? You know, what's the vibes? You don't want me to pull out that vibes deck, because some of that gets too negative. For me, it's same thing, different day. It's been like this all day. When I was on here earlier, it was that way. What's the tea with you, girlfriend? Other than I got the new decks that I still hadn't had a chance to look at. But I will. Oh, NJS, that's very sweet of you to say, honey. I hope to have built up to that. That'd be like a dream come true. No gravy and biscuits. I mean, I got some gravy and biscuits, but, well, at least I got some gravy. I'd have to come up with the biscuits, so. You know me, I always got the gravy. Deborah, listen to me, sweetheart. Do you see my name in the chat? You'll either see it at the top or you'll see it at the bottom. It's highlighted in yellow. All you have to do is click on that. It'll open up a little box and you'll see my name right there. In fact, it'll be sitting right next to where it says Venmo and Zelle. That's my email address. No, girl, I didn't go shopping unless you're talking about online. Then I did do that, yes. I had some, they had some on discount, like, I think it was 40% off, some of them. So I got a few. Hey, Shelby. How you doing, honey? So, Scott, I don't know if you heard me, baby, but them decks I was telling you about will be here. It's showing me Wednesday. So I should have them in my hands by that night that I start streaming. You'll be back. You subscribe. Well, I hope you come back, NJS. I stream 5 nights a week. Most times. Sometimes it's only 4, but you can say I'll be here at least 4 nights a week. I just don't know how early I'll have it, baby. Because if I get it early enough, I might be able to spend a few hours with it, with some of them decks, to get my energy into it, to be able to use them that night. But that's only if I get it early enough to get, it in my hands in time, and to still also be showered and dressed and ready to stream. So, I probably won't use them that night, though, baby. So we would have to wait till Thursday either way, because Wednesday night's Rebel night. Which I'm waiting on that other deck from that thing to show up too. Oh, really? Oh, my feelings are so hurt. Your daddy must be handsome then. Well, no, thank you. So at least we'll say by Thursday, Scott, I'll have them. At least hopefully I'll have enough time then to put my energy into the deck. Spend enough time with it to try and use it. Yeah, it's gonna be fun going through these decks. I'm gonna be running out of room before long. Where to put all my decks at. They're gonna be stacked on top of each other, and then I ain't gonna be able to find nothing again. Must be very confused, Gina. Oh, well, I'm happy you're finally off, Shelby, and you're able to relax in bed, and you got tomorrow off. I get it, beautiful. I wouldn't mind having the weekends off too, but that's normally when it's busy. Usually. Not always, but usually it is. But it varies. That's right. Bye-bye. I don't have time for this. Yeah, Moonfox probably fall asleep, though. Well, girlfriend, go ahead and shut your phone off then. And close your beautiful eyes and go to sleep, honey. I'm just happy you stopped in to say hi to me, girlfriend. I always like seeing your name pop in here. Actually, I could pull out one of these decks real quick. What is that? I haven't had a chance to look at this box just yet. soul's journey. I hear Wolfie in the background again. No, Moonchild, I haven't, beautiful. I was going to when I was on my break earlier before I started the stream back up at 10, but my stomach started getting to me, and so I was like, nope, can't eat yet. I had to wait. So I might be able to try and eat now. No, thank you, Scott. Of course, that's the only way they're going to make money from it, Shelby. Hiding. Hey, pal car. Oh, Gina, I'd probably go in there and heat up some of that leftover roast. I know there's some left. I'd have to try and eat that. Just hope and pray my stomach don't get upset, because that wouldn't be good. Yeah, it was good, Gina. Once I added all that pepper onto it, it was. I gotta have pepper, and extra pepper at that. I have to cover all my food with pepper. You was taking out to dinner, Moonchild? Where'd you go, honey? I haven't decided yet, Moon Fox. I haven't decided if I'm gonna go live tonight, meaning Sunday night. I'm still debating. I might, but if not, I'll be back Wednesday. You're making me hungry, Moonchild. So have some sweet dreams, Shelby. I'll see you another night, girlfriend. So, if not tomorrow, I'll be back Wednesday. And that's Rebel Night. Right, Gina? Moonchild's gonna make us all hungry. Oh, beautiful. It's always good to see you too, Shelby. Get some rest, girlfriend. We'll catch up another day. Sweet dreams to you. I wonder if this is like another one of those that I hadn't seen yet. People are crazy. All them perverts ain't learned yet. Don't come here and act a fool. I know, Gina, I don't have any spinach either. But I can't have any spinach here because he's not supposed to have it, so. You know? You know, Kelvin, you look like a good person to report Let's see. That would be sexual harassment. Have fun with that. That's right, Gina. Hello, David. How does tarot work? What do you mean? Oh, that's a good one. I like what this says. Look at this, y'all. Can y'all read that? Some of the writing's so small. And that's a good one to live by, too. That's what I try and tell y'all. Hey, I understand, Deborah. I ignore them, too. And I just, report them. Hello, Ball. You leaving, Deborah? And thank you, honey. I will get some sleep. Thank you, baby. That's so sweet of you. You like that card? Yeah, I like that card. I'm learning to accept the things that I cannot change. Yep. And you sleep well too, Deborah. There you go. That's another good one. There's some good cards in this one. I have to go through it all. And cleanse this deck like the other ones. Sweet dreams to you too, Deborah. If I don't see you tonight, if I don't stream tonight, as in Sunday night, I'll be back Wednesday. And that's $5 mini reads, Rebel Night. Amen, Gina. And I've always loved that saying. I actually have a little table decoration that has it on there. But of course that's boxed up too. My house, I'm telling y'all, if y'all were to look around my house right now, y'all would think I just moved into this house because most of my stuff is still in boxes. I've just left it alone. I will, honey. Let's see. Yeah, I got your email, honey. Thank you. I'll reply. I'll send you a reply later. Thank you for sending it, Deborah. Sweet dreams to you, beautiful. So there's some good cards in here. I found me a snarky tarot deck, too. I think y'all will get a kick out of it. Of course, Gina. I think we all do that. Thank you, Deborah. Same to you, beautiful. You're so sweet, honey. Yeah. These are good cards to also use. Spirit guide cards that I like. And then I got another deck. I used it last night for someone just to see how it worked. And even though the messages are simple on the cards, that it's deep. The messages are deep when you go through and look at the guidebook. It's an oracle deck. Oh, this tarot deck I came across, Gina. It's funny. It kind of reminds me of the Rebel deck, but it's like an actual tarot deck. So If they do beat them with a shoe, I beat them with my high heels. Amen to this. Oh, I hear you, Deborah. Yeah, there's some pretty poison snakes around here. I know a while back, before I moved here, there was some, what were they? I could have sworn my in-laws said they were coral snakes, but I could be wrong. So, and I think they was getting people's cats and dogs, so they were like warning people that lived in the area to put their pets up, not let them outside, because in case they come across one of the snakes, because actually, you know, the snakes were, you know, having their babies around that time. So I get it. I don't have any pet snakes, Gina, no. But I do love snakes. Like I love spiders. I love snakes too. Um, but no, I wouldn't go. Well, y'all would think I'm crazy if I was to tell y'all this story. And this is before I tore my shoulder. When I lived in my old house. So we'll just say about between 10, 15 years ago. My next door neighbor, him and his wife and family, they had moved out and bought another house somewhere else. And they didn't sell the house. Instead, they decided to rent it out. And some of the renters that came there were some that were good. I think there might have only been one or two of them that were good. But there was a couple other ones that were like snakes, you can say. And one of the problems we always ran into was they wouldn't cut the yard. Like the grass would end up being like, you know, 3-4 feet tall, practically. And this is when I still had Taz. Taz was still alive. And I walked outside one day to let Taz out. I had Taz's collar, his leash tied to my back patio table, so I could just tie him to it, and he would stay on that line, and he wouldn't go anywhere. And it'd give him so much, you know, footage for him to, you know, be free to roam around the backyard. So I tied him to the leash, and then walked back inside because I was doing something. And then I hear Taz out there, you know, barking up a storm. I'm like, what the hell is he barking at? I was thinking that, you know, someone's in the yard. So I go outside and I look, and over by the AC unit, I had a big, huge AC unit. It was like one of those train units, but that thing stood about almost as tall as me. And what would you know? There was a baby, um, what was it, an eastern diamondback rattlesnake curled up. I'm like, oh crap. And I knew why that snake was there, because they're the neighbor with the tall grass. And it was around that time when it was raining a lot. And we also lived near like a little creek that ran behind my other neighbor's house. And so I had to get Taz back in the house real quick before he got bit. And then I also thought about my neighbors, even though they were the ones being irresponsible with the yard, they had small children. And I was always worried, like, something's going to happen to these kids. So what do? I mean, I went over there and I grabbed a broom that I had, or it was a mop, and I pinned it down on one end while it was curled around the AC unit. So I knew I had enough room to block me if he tried to come back at me. And then I got him on the other side. I was able to pin him down, grab his tail, and I had already grabbed my dog's little pet carrier, and I grabbed a pillowcase, and I put the snake in there and put him in the pet carrier and called animal control and told them. And it was only like a 3-foot snake, maybe 2.5, 3 foot. It wasn't very big. It was still pretty much a baby to me. So So yeah, I did handle one time. That's the only time I ever did it, though. No, Gina, I wasn't gonna kill a snake. I love snakes, honey. Um, they don't do nothing to me, beautiful. They're out in nature. It's not like this snake ended up in my house. And like I said, the only reason why I was in my yard is because the stupid damn neighbor didn't keep, their grass cut. And that's the only time I'd ever seen one of those eastern diamondbacks being over there. Now, have I seen other snakes? I think once or twice I might have seen a black snake, but it's just like a regular garden snake. It's not poisonous. That was the only poisonous one I ever seen. And I know the animal control, when they came to get it from me, they were completely shocked. Like, they couldn't believe I went and I was willing to handle that snake. It's like, well, this might sound crazy, I said, but I had a friend of mine that had, he had exotic pets like that. Like, he sold them. He would breed them, and he would sell them. He was licensed and all that, so it was like his business. And now he had different kinds of snakes in there. And some of them were poisonous, and he would handle them. So, and he taught me how to handle it to make sure he's sane. And he told me flat out, he's like, it's not that you're not going to get bit. It's a matter of when. You just got to be faster and know, how to do it and wrangle them right and get them in, and you should be fine. So I think out of all the years he had the business, he said he only got bit, I think, twice. And that was out of like the 30 years he had that business, knowing how many snakes he had in there and how many were poisonous. So, no, I didn't kill it. I wasn't going to kill it. I was just lucky. I was lucky. I was lucky that I'd been around someone who handled those types of snakes. I learned how to handle one. Even though that one was wild, but it was a baby. If it had been a lot bigger one, I probably wouldn't have done it. But then, like I said, I was also afraid. The neighbors' kids, because they had like 2 or 3 young kids, like all under the age of 10. And I was worried they would come, walk, between the yards, between my yard and their yard, where my AC unit was, where this snake was wrapped around. So that's the only time, though. Yeah, I'm not scared of snakes or spiders. They've never scared me. I've always loved them. I was the crazy girl when I was young. I was the crazy girl that wanted to go to the zoo. And yes, I love to see the bears and the lions and tigers, that kind of thing. But man, I had to. Had to go to the reptile exhibit every time. Had to go see them. Had to go see the big, huge boa that they had in that exhibit. That was, twice my size, would have eaten me alive. Had to go see that big snake. Always. I loved it. And of course, my dad's sisters, these are my aunts. Of course, I thought I was weird and crazy. And they always talked about, she got to go see the reptile exhibit. I don't know why, but she wants to go see the reptile exhibit. Yeah. Because I was always intrigued. I've always been fascinated with both the snakes and the spiders. And of course, they would have like the iguanas and lizards and stuff, frogs. But I only wanted to go in there and see the snake. That was it. So I would. Where am I from, Trevor? I'm gonna be sarcastic for a minute. I'm from planet Earth. Welcome, Earthling. My accent is crazy. Why is my accent crazy? Is it crazy good or crazy bad? You would have passed out, Gina? I can understand people's fears. I do understand that. And then, and I'll never forget, one of the times I went to Florida, um, we drove down there, so we were going to see his family. And we had to stop at the gas station and fill up car. And so we stopped at one of the gas stations on our way there. And the cashier was at the register. But when I walked in, I went in there to get a couple of drinks. So I went in there to pay for the drinks. And the cashier was like huddled up with the door closed in the back office. And, because I waited like 5, 10 minutes waiting for somebody to come. And nobody, was showing their face anywhere. It's like, is something wrong? Is everything okay? And I started getting scared. It's like, I hope, somebody didn't try and be stupid, like try and hold the gas station up or something. So I kind of peeked around the corner. And then I saw the cashier. She poked her head out. And I looked at her and she's like, what can I help you with? And it's like, I'm just trying to pay for my drinks. She's like, oh, go ahead, take them. Don't worry. I kind of looked at her. I'm like, huh? She's like, it's free on us today. I just kind of looked at her. I'm like, okay, well, thank you. That's very generous of you, but why? Like, it was about, $10, $12 worth of drinks, like, you know. And then she told me that she had it wasn't a coral snake, it was another kind, a water moccasin. She said there was a water moccasin in right there behind the register. And she had already called animal control to come and get the snake. And I just kind of looked at her. And this is after I had already handled that Eastern Diamondback back in my house, a year earlier. And I just kind of smiled and it's like, well, I can try and help you if you want. I'll try and see if I can catch it. But, I need like something like a potato sack, a pillowcase. I need something like that. And then I need like a mop to pin, the head down with. And she's like, well, that's all out there. I can't get it. And I'm not leaving out of this office. And she's like, don't worry. I think she was afraid if I were to handle it, it could have been a liability, which I understood. But she's like, no, go ahead and take drinks. I'm not coming out there. Okay. It was crazy, though. Never ever expected I walk into a gas station one day in Florida and they tell me they had a water moccasin back there. I don't know how big it was, she didn't say. And I never saw it. But that would have been cool. Oh, you know what? David, guess what? We're not talking about that. Guess what? This is my channel. Let's get that straight. See you, bye. Hi, B. Thank you. Oh, really? Yeah, let me report you for that. For being a sexual deviant pervert. Good luck keeping that account. Oh, and I gotta hide you real quick, too. Because I don't want your perverted self in here. Bye-bye. Come here, acting a fool. So, yeah, I felt bad for the woman. And I didn't want to leave her. I was scared. Even though she was locked up in the office. But I didn't know where that snake was. I was scared the snake was going to crawl underneath the door or something and get her. She was that terrified. But she told me she'd be fine. Okay. I was more than happy to stick around, wait for animal control to get there. Just in case. But I guess she had the phone. She was gripping the phone in her hand too, so I had to trust that she felt she'd be alright. Okay. So yeah, Gina and Moonchild, I'm crazy like that. I love snakes and spiders. I'm not mentioning this. And then I know my grandparents had a beautiful koi pond when I was growing up. Loved it. I think my grandfather built it himself. And different color koi fish. And they also had goldfish too. And They had it outside and like, I mean, I don't know if you would consider that the front door or the back door, because this house is a house my grandfather built after World War II. He built it. And um, it was covered by a whole bunch of like bush that just laid over it. So you could not see this house from the road. You know, you could see there was like a driveway where you could pull a car in there, but you would have never known that there was a house hidden back there from the street anyways, without going past the gate. So he built the koi pond out there. And my grandma had one inside a tank in the house. Um, and um, me trying to be the helpful child, I thought I was being helpful. That was my thoughts anyways. So, not knowing better, I was probably about 5 years old. And trying to be the helpful child I thought I was, I picked up the container of Comet and poured it in the fish tank. And killed my mama's, or killed my grandma's fish. It was some type of angel fish, I think is what they called it. Oh, my grandparents were so furious mad with me. And I felt terrible. It's like, well, I was trying to help you clean the tank. I didn't know better. I'm like 5, 6 years old. I didn't know. I just wanted to help. Yeah, Gina, well, did you see the pictures of the black widow I had on the outside and back of my house this past year? I can show you a couple pictures of the black widows I had. They had an egg sac too. Let's see if I can find it. And I think they're beautiful. Man, I didn't realize I had all these pictures on here. There you go, Gina. This is one of the black widows I had in the back of my house this past year. And you could see she has an egg sac. I thought she was beautiful. So I got several pictures of her. And there was another one that also had an egg sac back there. And I just left them alone. They were outside. They didn't bother me none. I'm sorry, Moonchild. I thought I showed y'all that picture once before. I'm Gravy, Eric. How you doing, baby? I told y'all, I love snakes and spiders. Y'all thought I was kidding. Nope. Yeah, there will be more. And they already had the babies. And the spiders disappeared, so I don't know where they went to. You'd have to move. Nope. They didn't bother me. Hello, Christopher. They were outside. It's not like they were inside. Nope. Not me. I love snakes and spiders, even the poisonous ones that could kill me. Oh, I love wolf spiders. I was not worried about them spiders getting inside my house. Yeah, and I would have felt bad if they got Toby. So, I mean, Toby ends up chasing some of the spiders that ended up in my house. But none of them are black widows. I think they're like, I think he might have caught a daddy longleg one day, and he got one of those jumping spiders another day. I'm sorry. And that's cool, Eric. Well, I even had a brown widow at the old house. And I moved her. Let's see, I gotta go back a little ways to find it. Let's see. That's probably the best picture I got. This is a brown widow. This was out there by my light fixture, by my door. So I had to move her because she has a nest egg too. And I didn't want her to get killed because if he had came across her, he would have killed her. So I had to relocate her. So I went and got a branch in the yard and picked her up with the branch and put her on there and put her towards the front of the house, out in deeper in the woods. Like I said, they don't bother me. Hey, Fred. Yeah, Gina, I had to move her because she had her web up there by my door, right next to my light. And if you weren't looking, you might have run into her web. And I didn't want anything to happen to her. So I had to pick her up using a branch out in the yard. And then I moved her deeper into the woods. Because I love spiders. I was raised to love spiders. I'm not afraid of them. Have y'all don't remember me talking about, I had a friend in high school who had a pet tarantula. And she used to bring it on the bus. And she brought it in a box. We'll just say, we'll say about a box this size, but maybe a little bit wider. And so it was a little bit taller. But about a box this size. And she would bring it on the bus. And we both would be sitting in the back of the bus. And she would pull the spider out. And the spider would crawl into my hand. And it would just sit there. And it filled up the palm of my hand. Never bit me. Like I said, I'm not scared of them. I love them. So, she had a rose, it was a rose hair tarantula is what it was. So, I'm not afraid. I want a pet tarantula, in fact. I'm sorry, ladies. My grandparents raised me that way. See, I was raised because of my grandfather being Buddhist. I was raised like them black widows, that brown widow, the tarantula I handled, and any other, spiders or snakes I've come across. I was raised, that could be one of my great ancestors. So, I'm not supposed to kill it. You're not a fan of children of the earth bugs. What do you mean, Eric? Well, those of y'all who've been bitten by one, I understand y'all's fear. I get that. I'm sorry to hear that, Karen. Really, Eric? I've never heard of it, baby. I even had this pretty exotic spider on the side of my house this past year. Had a big, huge web. It had all these beautiful colors. It would make you think of the tropics. Never seen one before. Got a picture of it. I won't show y'all since y'all are getting scared. And it said that it's like more native to like Asia. So it came from Asia, so it hopped a ride with somebody. That's right, Scott. You are, baby. With your avatar as Spider-Man. Hello, Atras. Um, and the wolf spiders, I used to get them in my house all the time. I think I had a few others appear this past year. And I let them run around in my house. But every once in a while, I'd have to go catch it because if not, somebody else would kill it. And I wouldn't let him kill it. So he would always call me to come get it. So, Scott, do you think I'm worried, baby, because I love spiders? No, I'm sorry, Moonchild. Eric, she tensed up from looking at the pictures of my spiders. Oh no, Eric. Oh yeah, I remember you saying that he was coming for a visit. I can just imagine it's been a long day for you, baby, and I'm sorry. I'm sending you love and light, Eric. And you know, Eric, I'm still waiting for that Japanese deck to show up, baby. And it still hasn't showed up yet. I think it just finally arrived to the States. So it was coming from overseas, which I didn't even know. Mm. Oh, Eric, I believe that, baby. I'm hoping it'll take that long. I think it just got released from customs. I think that's what I read when I looked it up the night before. Mm. Let's see if I can find track where it's at now. It's like they already sent me an email wanting me to write a review. It's like I can't review something I don't have yet. Hello? No, it's back on the 15th, and I still don't have it. Yeah, probably not, Gail. Hello. Hi, Gregory. I didn't know it was coming from overseas, though. I had no clue. If I can find it. I got so much junk in my email. There. Track. Show me where it's at. Like, really? So where is it? Of course not. Yep, that's true. Cool, Scott. Yeah, I have no current update for where this deck is at, Eric. Last update was on the 21st. Waiting for local service provider to pick it up. That was on the 21st. A few days ago. Nothing else. Hello, Amy. Dang it. I'm sorry, Moonchild. Good morning, Treetop. How you doing? Scott, what was a couple years ago? I still gotta get my cash up going too. I love bats too. Well, Scott, did you get any pictures, baby? I love to see pictures, if you got any. Man. Yeah, Moonchild, I won't show any more, honey. I'm sorry. Cool beans, Eric. I would have enjoyed that too. I will, Moonchild. I'll warn you and Gina and Karen next time. My apologies. Hi, Catherine. How you doing? Hello, Juna. Hello, 999. Ooh. Eric, that's cool, baby. I would love that. I would enjoy that. Sour cream and cheddar. Well, I'm glad I am, Karen. Like I said, beautiful. I didn't know it would cause some of y'all to have a reaction like that. If I'd known, I wouldn't have shown them. Or I would have at least warned y'all so y'all could look away. But yeah. In fact, I'm excited that we're already in the summer months because now some of them spiders will start showing back up and I'll be able to see them again and see them, you know, create new egg sacs and get more pictures of them. I do. I love spiders and snakes. Might be weird to some people, but I love them. I grew up loving them. I've been that way ever since I was a little girl, as far back as I can remember. I've always loved them. And I always said one of these days, I would have a pet tarantula. And I still plan on having that one of these days. I mean, I understand the fear, the worry I'll get bit by one, but I'm just like with me, even those pictures I showed y'all, I was still at a distance. I wasn't like up close like the picture looks. I was able to zoom in on it. I mean, I was close enough to tell that it was a black widow, obviously, because of the red mark on its stomach. And then, obviously, with the picture, with the camera, I was able to notice that, yeah, it definitely was one. But, like I said, they don't bother me. I always look forward to them. Next, we'll all watch Arachnophobia together. You know, that came out, what, in the late 80s? Was it the late 80s? I know it was before I moved here from California. And my baby brother, bless his heart, our parents also allowed us to watch rated R movies. But even though Arachnophobia wasn't one of those, but we got to watch some of the other movies that my real dad's family would have never allowed. So we watched Arachnophobia one night, and my brother goes to sleep, and what he does, he wakes up in the middle of the night having a nightmare, and he's dreaming that all these spiders, like from the movie, were crawling up his legs. And he hopped out of bed screaming and ran across the hall, ran to my grandma's room and hopped in bed with her. I felt bad. 8-legged freaks. Was it the 90s, Moonchild? I know it was before 92. That much I do know because I moved here in 91. And that happened when we were still living in California. When we watched that dream. Or not that dream, that movie. And my brother had that dream. Yeah, I've seen Anaconda. I liked that movie too. That would have been cool. No, I don't want to get eaten by an anaconda, but it would have been cool to see one. Ha 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 ha. Y'all so funny. Hello, Myers. Well, thank you. That's very sweet of you. You too, honey. It's 2:30 in the morning for me. Nope, never watched Pokemon. There's a great spider movie called Sting. I've never heard of it, Eric. I'm not into Pokemon stuff. No sleep team. What do you mean? I'm in Georgia. I don't know how many times I've already said that. I live in the United States. I live in Georgia. I gotta run to the ladies' room, y'all. And I hear my cat meowing. I don't know if y'all hear him, but I hear him over there acting crazy. I did put the lid down, so he can't get in there. Crazy cat. Wolfie climbed into my spare bedroom, my bathroom, and they're drinking out of the freaking toilet bowl. And I got a bowl of water sitting out there for him. Like, I don't understand. Oh. Isn't she a beauty? Wow. Yes, Scott, it works. And she's a beauty. This is when you were out walking, Scott? I would have loved to bring her home. I would not have been able to leave her out there. In fact, I would have tried to catch her and brought her home. She is a beauty. I would not have been able to leave her out there. Battery operated water fountains. Yeah, I've seen those. I've thought about getting one because I mean I don't understand. That's like the second or third time I've caught him in my master bathroom drinking out of the stupid damn toilet bowl. Drives me crazy. Toby's in the garage. He didn't want to come out today. At least I didn't try and go out there and get him. He obviously won't get off his lazy behind and try and pick him up. I don't know why it is. I don't know if he's scared of him or what, but I ain't got no problem picking Toby up. I just know he won't let me hold him for long. Yes, Polly, I've seen those. I've seen a video where one of them not only used the toilet, but they even flushed the toilet, and that was funny. I think one of my friends actually told me that her cat did that. She might have even been the one that showed me that video. It was like her cat. It was crazy. Could be Eric. Trying to carry him around. I mean, he is a fat cat. But you know what? He looks bigger than what he actually is because of all his fur. I don't know how much he weighs, though. I haven't taken him back to the vet yet, which I need to do because he needs his shots. Yeah, they're funny. I've seen a few of them. They're too cute. And like Wolfie out there, as soon as I came out of the bathroom, after I busted him drinking out of the water bowl, he lays down, just flops down in the floor, and lays on his back and rolls around and wants me to pet his belly. So I end up scratching his belly for a minute. Yeah, his hair gets everywhere. Both Toby and Wolfie now. I'll notice I'll be covered in hair. Um, Especially if I'm wearing black. I always see out their hair all over my clothes. Dang, that was a big orb. Hi, Happy Banjo. Yeah, Eric, when I had my Chihuahua, his hair got everywhere too. Gina, I could try to get him in here, but Wolfie won't let me pick him up. That's the only thing I can't pick him up. He'll jump right out of my arms. He doesn't like me carrying him. Is that right, Daniel? Well, let YouTube read that. Because that won't ever happen. Because you would never be that lucky. And I ain't that desperate. You must be Mr. 3 inches. I don't think it would reach. I don't think 3 inches would get far, in fact. Give him a lion haircut. Like I said, I could try and get Wolfie in here, but he won't. I can't pick him up. So I'd have to, like, move the chair. He would have to, like, walk around on the floor over here for y'all to see him. I'm going to try and see if I can get him in here. Let me see. Let me see if I can call Wolfie in here. Wolfie, come here. Wolfie, come here. Come here, Wolfie. Wolfie, come here. Come here, Wolfie. That's a typical cat. They don't come in form like dogs do. Come here, Wolfie. Come here. Come here, Wolfie. Come here, Wolfie. Come on, sweet boy. I didn't say get on the couch. I said come here. Come here. Come here. Come on. Come here. Come on. Come here. Wolfie, come here. Wolfie, come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here, Wolfie. Come here. Come here, silly cat. Come here. I know you want to look at everything. Come here. Come here, Wolfie. Come on. Damn, I should have brought some treats. I bet if I give you a couple chips, you come over here. Come here. Can y'all see him? You silly boy. Yeah. What are you doing? Hmm? What are you doing? What are you doing, pretty boy? Yep. He's a pretty boy. He's the one, if y'all hear someone meow, it's him. He has that deep meow. It cracks me up because he's so freaking small. A lot smaller than Toby is. Come here, Wolfie. Come here. Come here. Come here, sweet boy. Wait. And he has them pretty blue eyes, too, don't you? Spoiled cat. Oh, Toby already has Gina. They've already gotten into it a couple times. They end up underneath my dining room table. And I think Toby cornered him. Well, where are you going? Come here. Yeah, you found some crumbs. Yep. Crazy cat. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I gotta sniff everything. There ain't nothing over there. Wolfie, get out of there. What, you want to come up here? It's okay. It's okay. Say hi. Sniff, sniff. What'd you do? What'd you do? That's why I don't have them cats in here. Jump on everything. What did you do? If that been one of my crystals, I would have bust your behind, cat. You bent up my little angel figurine, Wolfie. It'll stay. I don't know how it's on there now. Yep. Alright, Mommy's gotta take you back before you tear up my office. Alright, let Mommy take you back. Come on. Come on, Wolfie. Come on. Yeah, that's a good one. Come on. Wolfie, come on. Come on. Look at Daddy. Come on, Wolfie. Come on. Come on, sweetie. Bye-bye. He's back behind the fence. Of course, he jumped up on Teddy. Not Teddy Bear. Yep. Scared him. Silly cat. Yep. Well, that's why I don't have him or Toby in here. Unless I'm holding Toby. Okay. The bear is alive. Yep. Teddy's alive. Mount Diablo. Wow, that's crazy, Scott. Gina, you're funny. Thank you. Yeah, it does, Gina. Between him and eternal light, I agree. It's like it's almost 3 o'clock. I haven't done a single paid reading. Yes, God, I think so too. Yeah, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe. I'll probably go ahead and shut it down, y'all. No, Eric, I think he's fine. He said he was going to take a back seat for a little bit. You're still here, Eternal? Okay. I wasn't sure. Well, my beautiful people, I've hung out with y'all for about 8 hours today. Yeah, Eric, it is. You have to drive Adam soon? Okay, well, I'm probably going to shut it down for the night. Knowing it's been quiet all night. Alright, Moonchild. Well, I'm fixing to say goodnight too, beautiful, so. I hadn't decided if I'll stream tonight or not. Of course, Gina. I enjoy talking with y'all. It's just some nights, I can do it and I'm up to it, and some nights I'm just not. Which means my energy's already been drained out of me. But this week's it's been effing quiet. I've only done a few readings this week. So, it'll give me some time, at least some extra time to kind of go through the rest of my decks and all that good stuff. So, I appreciate y'all hanging out with me tonight. Like I said, I don't know if I'll be back tonight. I haven't decided yet. So, you too, Juna. Good night to you too. Oh, I love it too, Gina. Okay, Moonchild. I will. Good night, beautiful people. Sweet dreams. Maybe I'll be back tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern. I don't know yet. But I'm sure y'all got y'all's notifications set up. So if I do come on, y'all will get the notification. Alright, beautiful people. If not, I'll be back Wednesday. Wednesday's $5 Rebel Night. Love you too, Moonchild, Sunnyland, Karen, Gina. Good night, beautiful people. See y'all later. Bye.